That's right, guys and dolls. You know what that sound means. It means you found your way to Z Show. With me, your loving and ever faithful host, Z. Welcome. Settle in. All are welcome here. All are welcome. If you're on the left, the right, somewhere in between, apolitical, all ethnicities, all of God's wonderful creation, you are welcome here on Z Show. It's a place where we gather and we talk about things, not just anything, things that matter, things of significance, eternal things, timeless things. So, welcome. Climb aboard. If you're new, settle in. If you have any questions, just ask. My faithful listeners will be glad to fill you in. Maybe your first question is, is Z one of those upward vector shills? Well, shill's a pejorative, but stick around. We'll talk about it. Maybe not tonight, but probably. It tends to come up here. Don't get triggered, people. It's not my thing. It's just demonstrable reality. The world doesn't lie. People lie. But the world doesn't lie. Nature doesn't lie. The question is, do you have the discernment, the ability, and the desire to examine this world for what it is? Do you have the courage to accept what you find? Can you accept truth on truth's terms? That's the question. Do you love truth or do you love lies? Because this world is going to feed you a bunch of things. Most of it's deception. Meant for control over you. For what reason? Well, we can only speculate. I'll ask you, why do people lie? Why do you lie? You've lied. Yeah, you listening. Don't pretend you haven't. So ask yourself, why do you lie? That'll give you the answer to why people lie. There's a lot of reasons. Usually it's to protect something dear. So I don't know why they lie, but I don't have to know why they lie to identify when they're lying. Because I have a little something called critical thinking. I have the God-given sovereignty of mind to examine any topic, weigh it on its merits, its attributes, its characteristics, its values, and then accept or deny whatever it may be about that topic. There's a little something called free will in this world. But there's a trick. Because in order to have free will, you have to have something called a creator. Call it God, call it source, call it whatever you want. But without the idea of a creator or some source being, call it the Almighty, there cannot be free will. There really can't be anything in the absolute, in the objective. Without an idea of God, we are relegated to a materialistic world, a world in which might makes right, and the whims of consensus rule the day. No morality, no values, no integrity, no principles. This is the crux of the issue. But anyway, welcome. Welcome. As some of you may have noticed, the title of my show tonight, What's Wrong with Witsit? Yeah, I'm going to jump right into it. I know I'm not the only one asking this question. It's a hot topic. I can't ignore it. Truth be told, I wanted to ignore it. I said to myself, am I going to let Witsit slide? Do I feel bad for Witsit? And then I said, how can I? There's undeniably something wrong with Witsit. Who's with me? How's this? Just so I know my audience. Put in one in the chat if you asked yourself the same question, what's wrong with Witsit? Put a one in the chat. I want to see. Don't be shy. He's not going to be mad at you if he sees that you put a one in. Give me some feedback here. Okay. For those just listening, the ones are pouring in. Pouring in. Maybe I should talk to Witsit. Witsit, what's going on with you? Does your pal Z need to kind of have a little sit down with you? You remember when you and I had the birds and the bees talk here in the show? Do you remember that? I told you about, where babies come from and, where to put the pee-pee when it's time to make love. That special time. You remember we had that talk, Witsit? My audience remembers. I remember. Maybe we need to have a sit down again because you need some guidance in your life. It's apparent that Austin Witsit needs guidance at this point. Because, Austin, whatever you're doing, it's not working for you, buddy. There needs to be some major changes in your life. But alas, I can almost guarantee that we won't see Witsit here for a while. Although he did show up a number of shows ago now. The longtime listeners remember. We got to talk to Austin. But mostly I have to pretend talk to Austin. I have to imagine what the scenario would be like if Austin were to show up. Maybe I'll do that now. We'll play out that exercise here. Maybe I can get fake Austin on. Let's see if we can get fake Austin up here. Fake Austin, you want to come on the show? All right, cool. Come on in. Where's your music?
Anthony, get the class. You're never gonna become a college student at that rate. Got it. Fucking science. Yeah.
Fake Austin, much like real Austin, loves science.
Goggles, check. Nodules, check. Fucking science, bro.
Hiya, lads. Welcome to science class. Bob, quit writing raps in your logs.
Fake Austin, how's it going, man? You've been looking like there's been some things going on in your life. I mean, I don't know. I can only conjecture, but you look like maybe you're having a rough time. Is there anything you want to talk about? No, Z, I'm just fine. Don't you know? Don't you know I'm going to be on Candace Owens soon? I'm going to tell the real flat earth to like millions and millions of people. Yeah, I know, Austin. Like last time we talked, you told me about the Candace Owens thing. That was weeks ago. I haven't seen you on the show. Is that going to happen? Don't worry about it, Z. It's going to happen, all right? Don't you know I'm a big star now? Haven't you seen my headshot? I look zesty and crisp. Yeah, I know, Austin. It looks like you got a professional headshot done. I saw you were making that blue steel face, that Zoolander face. Everybody saw it. The truth is we're worried about you, Austin. We're concerned about you at this point. It's not even funny to make fun of you because it's just sad. How are things going? You got the wife and kids, 2 kids now? Look, see, don't worry about my wife, okay? Everything's fine with my wife. You know, Austin, remember last time you were on the show? You had to leave the show to put the car seat in because your wife wouldn't do it. And then when you had that Jaren on Globebusters, you left for 40 minutes to go play with the kids. And you just let Jaren go on and on and on and on about the globe on a channel called Globebusters. Do you remember that? Don't worry about it, Z. Jaren and I are friends. We're boys. Yeah, I know. You told me over and over and over again that you and Jaren are boys. I get it. But what about now? He's kind of throwing not just you, but all of us under the bus. He's done a complete globe flip, 100%. He literally said that the Earth is spinning at 1,000 miles an hour tangential velocity at the equator. He said it. And he said it's no big deal. It's not that bad. Remember when he showed us that orthographic representation from like 1,000,000 miles out? And said, look, it barely looks like the Earth is spinning. Do you remember when he did that? Yeah, I know, Z. Don't worry about it, okay? He's still my friend. I don't go against my friends. Okay, Austin, you can sit back and let Jaren say whatever he wants about the globe, throw you under the bus. You can stick to this weird relationship you have with Jaren. I don't know. Here's the thing, Austin. Is it possible? Just asking the question that maybe Jaren has something on you? Like maybe you're compromised in some way and he might know something based on your close friendship that you're afraid will get out? Look, Z, I told you. Jaren's a no-go, okay? We're just going to let him talk about the globe. We're going to bring him on Globebusters for an hour and just go on, unchallenged. Yeah, I know. He was unchallenged on Globebusters for an hour, talking about the globe. I heard that Zach guy basically say that the Earth might be a globe too. Isn't that weird? Yeah, I know, Z. I know. All right, Austin, listen, it doesn't look like this conversation is really going anywhere. So I'm going to get on with the show. We're going to talk about you later, okay? Try not to get too butthurt about it. It has to be done. It'd be crazy to ignore it at this point. I don't know what you're doing. I don't know if you're like smoking weed again, if you're hitting a bottle, or if you're just in some kind of weird depression. I don't know what the deal is. But either way, we're all going to get to the bottom of it because I'm worried, my audience is worried, and we basically need to do some kind of intervention. So maybe this will be it tonight. All right, take care. All right, G, bye.
Stop running, get the all, sir. Anthony, get the class. You're never gonna become a college student at that rate.
Got it. Fucking science. Yeah, fucking science, bro.
Level, check. Goggles, check. Nodules, check. Fucking science, bro.
Hiya, lads. Welcome to science class.
That was Fake Witsit, everybody. He's been on the show before. We're good friends. He's not really nice to me. He's cool, but he's not nearly as cool as Jaren's penis. We're really good friends, Jaren's penis and I. He's really cool. We hang out and stuff. Fake Witsit's a little tough to get along with. He's a bit disagreeable. Yeah, Angela, fucking science, bro. Don't you know science, Z? Don't you know about electrostatics and incoherent dielectric acceleration? Don't you know about interferometry? Interferometry explains everything. Where's the music? I gotta get the music back up. I'm gonna do this. Don't you know, Z, interferometry? There can't be an upward vector, Z, because interferometry. I mean, interferometry trumps, like, practical demonstration and applied physics. Just because I want it to be, electrostatic, Z. Because that's what Bob Nodell said it was. That's what I've said for years and years, and God forbid I change one of my talking points, Z. Don't you know? Interferometry? Ugh. I can't. I gotta stop with that. It's too much. I'll go all night. Blah, 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 blah. Somebody's been I saw a bunch of comments come in about that Robbie Davidson. Yeah. Thomas Morgan says, I heard Robbie Davidson went back to the Globe. We're going to be talking about Robbie in a little bit after I do my intro. He was the shill I referred to in the title. We're going to get to Robbie. Don't worry about that. Don't worry about that, everybody. DSN says, Z, ask Witsit where all the Antarctica data they promised the FE community. Yeah, where's the telemetry? Where's the telemetry, okay, from the Antarctica? Remember how NASA lost the telemetry data from the moon missions, the Apollo missions? I guess Austin lost the telemetry data. Remember Karen B was telling us over and over and over again about the telemetry data and all the data? I'm just calling it telemetry. I don't think that's what they called it. Hey, Karen B, are you still defending these morons? Guys, audience, is Karen B still... Has she come off it yet? Is she still talking about the data? What's the deal with Karen B, everybody? I want to know. I'm serious. I want to know somebody fill me in on where Karen B is. I want to know. Because she refuses to talk to me. It's funny, Karen. You're so prideful and egoic. Now, after all of this that's gone down, you're still going to sit on your show and talk shit on me. Which is hilarious, by the way. Even after this Robbie Davidson guy, who you've been to multiple of his conferences, your associate, just literally did a globe flip in front of all of our eyes, Karen, you're still going to sit there with that Jezebel spirit, defiant to the end. It's got to hurt, Karen. It's got to hurt holding on to that pride and ego so tightly. That's why you are the Flat Earth Scarface. I dubbed you that years ago, and it still applies. Just like Scarface, you're going to stick to it to the end. You're not going to bend. But we know what happened to Scarface. It was a cautionary tale. It was a tale of hubris. It's when the world's not enough. And Karen B, the flat world was not enough for you. You wanted it all. You wanted the international conference. You wanted the Flattoberfest. You wanted to hoard all the FE content creators in your pocket like so many nickels and dimes. And what happened, Karen? It blew up in your face. All it took was one Zetetic warrior to come in and F your whole world up. And as my audience knows, the flat world is now mine. It's all right, Karen. We'll let you slide. Let's see what everybody's saying about Karen. I like Sam Pedro here. Says, when will Mark do his flip? Great question. Gigi Abby Lynn, never one to stay quiet, says Karen B had a meeting with her handlers. She was told to pipe down. Somebody's saying about Patricia Steer. Yeah. Oh, I know Anime Gematria. Yeah, Rose 777 officially came out. No longer a flat earther. I watched that on the Powdered Dusty's channel. Shout out to Flow State. She was quite clear. Yeah, audience. Remember Rose? You guys know Rose. Rose's statement was, I became a flat earther because Jaron and David Weiss told me that the sun set in Antarctica. Now I found out that it doesn't in the summer. Well, I'm not a flat earther anymore. Rose, you're obviously LARPing the whole time. We know your boyfriend Jason Lindgren was a Globie. Let me ask Karen, since her music's up. Hey, Karen, did you know Jason Lindgren was a Globie the whole time? Is this something you knew, Karen? When you were inviting Jason Lindgren, the co-host of Crow 777 Radio, to all those Flattoberfest conferences, did you know he was a Globie? Because he wasn't hiding it. Well, he might have been hiding it to you in the audience, but not to the ones close to him. Interesting. I know all of a sudden Rose 777 is conveniently back to the globe. Guess you never left, Rose. One by one, you all show yourselves. What else are you guys saying about Karen? Yeah, no despair, Bear. We're still waiting for the data. Where's the data? Karen B said Patricia Steer emailed her that she is no longer a flat earther. Coming at you, everybody. One by one, they fall. That's all right, Patricia. You hung in there long enough. Here's the question. Do you think Patricia Steer is going to regret fucking Mark Sargent now that she's not a flat earther? Is that going to become a regret now, Patricia? That you slept with Mark Sargent because he was the #1 flat earther of the time? Can you remove consent afterwards? I'm not sure. That might be a problem for you, Patricia. What's Mark going to do on that show of his now? Karen's not there. Now he's going to lose Patricia. He's going to be stuck with that DJ Curious. Who knows? Yeah. Somebody said she's pissed at Mellow Dope. Mellow Globe. Yeah, it's funny, Despair Bear points it out. Jeranism, Robbie Davidson, and Patricia Steer, all on Behind the Curve, the Netflix FE hit piece. You nailed it. And here we are all these years later. It's funny how certain people got propped up. They were promoted in the algorithm. They were pushed in so many ways. All the other FE gatekeepers circled their wagons around them, joined in some kind of weird confederation. And now here they are, one by one, disavowing the flat Earth because of a simple optical observation in Antarctica. A natural phenomenon that's been known. I documented it here since 1898. Recognized by the Zetetics of the time over 120 years ago. Where you all been? Johnny come lately much? Yeah. Patricia, Jaren, Robbie, Mellow Globe, that Flatman X. It's funny, your name's Flatman X. What's your name going to be now? Curve Man X? They knew about that 24-hour sun. Oh, what, Dave didn't tell you? Mark didn't tell you? Jaren forgot to mention it? Weird. Now all of a sudden, as they pushed a debunked model for years and years and years, that very model was maybe not so coincidentally used to tear down the perception of the flat Earth in front of the whole world and confirm the bias of every globie that hears it. Very interesting how that happened. Dave, why'd you forget to tell everybody about that marathon that takes place in Antarctica? When that sun just circles around their heads. It happens every, couple years, apparently. How come we never heard about the thousands of people that go to Antarctica each year and catch that so-called midnight sun? Weird. What about all the videos that you all said were doctored and digitally altered? What about those? So strange. Wow. So the very FE gatekeepers that kept all that information from you are now conveniently doing a globe flip. Wow. Because Jaren's dumbass went to Antarctica. And you all are buying it. Yeah, DSN says Dave is still doubling down on Zap. What else could he do? His entire livelihood's built on this. Guys, this is why my livelihood is not built on YouTube. I'm not planning to build it here. I have other things going on. Got it? This is just like the icing on the cake, if and when it becomes something. All right, let's get into it because I have a show. This isn't the show, everybody. This is the show before the show, which I think is the show, if you want to know the truth, but that's another story. This gematria person says, Lisbeth is the new co-host on Strange World tonight. Wow, if that's true, very fascinating. Boy, Mark, you like to go after those ladies. They're getting younger and younger. First Patricia, then you had Karen on there, then back to Patricia. I don't know if you relapsed or what that was. I know those redheads are hard to shake, Mark. I get it. And now Lisbeth. Good for you, Mark. You really maximized that flat earth trim that's out there. Why don't you save some for that DJ Curious? Oh, wait, forgot about him. Never mind. Oh, my Lord. Unbelievable. Yeah. Maybe I should start the show. I have some things to present. This is fascinating. I hope you guys are right about Patricia Steer. I hope you're right. I wonder what it is, guys. You know what's funny? I don't know. Somebody's a flat earther for 10 years. They try so hard. They try so hard for attention and clout. They shill themselves up with whoever has the most subscribers, the most views, even though most of them probably bought. They sacrifice their integrity. They sell their soul bit by bit. Yeah, I'm talking to you, Patricia, Jaren, Mellow Globe, right down the line. Then you find, well, maybe you're not the special boy or girl. Maybe it's not so easy making a buck off true things in a world of deceit. And then you decide one day, hell, why not? What's the difference anyway? I'm really just a piece of shit inside. Why pretend like I have integrity? And you just sell us all out. Here's the thing, all the names I just mentioned. There's nothing worse in this world than a traitor. To betray somebody is one of the worst things there is. I'm not buying your come to Jesus moment with the Globe and the FE. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't pass the sniff test. It doesn't hold water. And it fails when held up to the tiniest bit of scrutiny. Nobody would do what you're all doing. You'd step back, you'd contemplate things. You'd get off the internet. You'd go do something. You'd go smell the roses, walk in some grass, do something. You wouldn't immediately flip to the Globe and then shame flat earthers and call it a dangerous cult. That's insane. If you all don't see it, I don't know what you're looking at. It's nuts. Let me get the show started. Now you get me fired up. Where's my segment music? I think I'm warmed up, everybody. Much love if it's your first time here. Anybody listen, hit the like button. You know we're not getting help with the algorithms. I've earned every single subscriber and every single view on my own. No help. You FE gatekeepers ignored me for years. Makes sense now why you did it. If I were you, I would have ignored me too. Because I'm literally your worst nightmare. All right, let's get this show going. Where's my camera? There I am. Here's me looking at you, everybody. Greetings. Official opening right. Good evening, greetings and salutations, everybody. You found your way back to Z Show. That's right, folks. It is the end of the rainbow, the bottom of the rabbit hole. And as always, we are broadcasting live and in living color around the level horizontal topographical plane that we call Earth. You know what, folks? We're in for a stupendous show. As always, I have things lined up. You saw the title. What's wrong with Witsit? Something. We're going to talk about some more, TFE, Final Experiment Shills. And we're going to talk about pseudoscience. Because there's really no actual science anymore. Science isn't even really a thing. Who wants to personify science? It's a method of discovery. We'll talk about it. Welcome to Z Show. Much love, everybody. Thanks for being here. Welcome. Who's here? It's the part where I get to greet, say hi to all you people. Angela Baby Carson coming at you, much love. Ruled by Saturn, as always, greetings. Monkey Cat Pat Pat says, Z, why does it always look like you're outside? It's just a black background. Much love. Serge, some Czechoslovakian type name, much love. Gigi Abylin in the house. Call for Zero. Welcome, as always. Rom coming at you. Rachel Revolution. Good to see you, as always. Lovely lady. Flat Earth NZ. Welcome. Divine Spark 313. Heidi. Welcome. Earthship Bear coming at you. Sean Alki from the Great White North. Raphael. Much love. Says Zine Rose singing. That's what friends are for. Was cringy. Foresight of what's to come. I can't disagree with you. Sarah B. and the incomparable Grant. Brenda debates, much love, welcome as always, crowd favorite, awakened mind, and so many more. So many more awesome, wonderful, beautiful people. So welcome and thank you. Let's get into it because there's a show here. And why don't we start off talking about science? But as I said, it's not really science. It's more like pseudoscience. So let's get into it. Come on, coming at you, everybody. Don't you love science? I love science. I love science so much. So goofy. What are they passing off as science these days? Let's get into. Oh, I gotta share my screen with y'all. Where is it? It would help if I showed you what I'm reading. Here it is. Beauteous. There it is. This article is from the AP. Asteroid 2024 YR4 is no longer a threat to Earth, scientists say. Oh, thank goodness. I was like selling all my stuff and pretty much writing my will out that nobody would ever be able to use because we'd all be dead, apparently. But anyway, suffice it to say, we're safe now because this asteroid 2024 YR4 is no longer a threat to Earth. You may have heard about it. This was apparently a threat to hit Earth. And I guess now it's not. I don't know. Let's find out. Scientists have finally given the all clear to Earth from a newly discovered asteroid. After 2 months of observations, scientists have almost fully ruled out any threat from the asteroid 2024 YR4. NASA and the European Space Agency said Tuesday. At some point, the odds of a strike were in 2032 were as high as 3% and topped the world's asteroid risk list. See, this is what we've been hearing about. We've been hearing about more and more recently. And you best believe we're going to increasingly hear about this as time goes forward. Of course, they're going to give us a near miss with this one for 2032. But at one point, they had us at 3%, just enough to get you a little nervous, not too worried, but just enough so you're not really comfortable because they don't really want us comfortable. That's the point of this. They want us to always be a little bit worried, a little bit unsettled, because when you're nervous and you're emotional, you really can't think. Look what they did to us in 2020. They got everybody really riled up with that one. All of a sudden, people get into their emotional minds, their emotional centers of their brain. What happens when you're emotional? You cannot think logically. You cannot reason. You react instead of respond. This is what they want. They want to keep you on edge. And at the same time, hell, 2 birds, 1 stone. They want to tell you that, don't worry, they have the solution. They have the answer. Hegelian dialectic, anyone? Create a problem, then give you the preordained solution. This is all this is. Simply, if you think that there was any danger of this asteroid striking Earth, well, you probably want to pay attention to the show a little bit more. How long do they tell us it's been since that one asteroid smashed the dinosaurs into oblivion? How many millions of years? 50 million since the dinosaurs? But now, in these times, we need to worry about an asteroid. Now, I know this wasn't a world destroyer or a globe killer. This was like enough to take out like a couple big cities, apparently. Okay, fair enough. But either way, now all of a sudden that we have the ability to apparently track these asteroids, we have to worry about them. And don't worry, because there's other articles that I've read recently that tell us that they have these probes now that could smash asteroids. They don't blow them up like they did in the movies. Remember that one movie with Ben Affleck and Bruce Willis? Whatever that movie was called, Armageddon, appropriately titled, when they had to actually like fly to the asteroid and then drill into the center core so the nuclear bomb could just explode it. Well, they don't really have to do that. Some really smart guy figured we just need to bump it just enough. And if we do it when it's far enough out, that little bit of force will change the trajectory just enough so it'll miss Earth. Now, I don't know. Somebody like me asks questions like, how could you even generate force in space? How could you even propel a craft towards it when there's supposedly no air particles to push off of? I mean, I know how thrust works here, like on Earth, a place that we live, the only place we really know of. And I know that for thrust, you need something to thrust off of, like air particles. But I thought there was no air particles in space. Isn't it weird? I thought there couldn't be because you have to have a spinning globe that just goes on and on and on for billions of years. Well, if there was air particles, then there'd be resistance and that globe would slow down. It'd probably slow down pretty fast. So of course there has to be a vacuum. Got it. But wait, if there's a vacuum, what does the rocket thrust off of? These are the kind of questions I ask. But what do I know? I'm just a conspiracy theorist. What else do we have here? This one's from space.com. Blue Origin launches Perfect 10 space tourists on New Shepard rocket. And for those who are not just listening, this is what Blue Origin looks like. Let's read. Blue Origin launched its 10th space tourism mission this morning, February 25th, which is today, sending 6 paying passengers to suborbital space. After a slight delay due to a hold, Blue Origin's suborbital New Shepard vehicle lifted off from the company's West Texas site today at 5:50 a.m. Blue Origin's New Shepard booster touched down in the dusty Texas desert around 7 minutes after liftoff, and the flight's capsule returned to the ground 3 minutes after that. All 3 parachutes on the capsule deployed during the crew's descent. On the company's previous uncrewed research flight earlier this month, one of the capsule's parachutes failed to deploy. Ooh. So what is that? I don't know. Would it say 10 minutes? So these 6 lucky and rich passengers got to go on a joyride in this Blue Origin, and it was the 10th one. The 6 crew members on today's flight named themselves Perfect 10. Launch Commander Eddie, somebody said during Blue Origin's live stream, quote, "Well, that makes perfect sense to me, considering the fact that this is, in fact, our 10th human flight." See what they did there? Blue Origin called today's flight NS-30 because it was the 30th overall flight of New Shepard. The mission was the 10th crewed mission of the vehicle, which consists of a reusable booster and a reusable capsule. And then it lists the crew members. And there they are. There's a picture of them. Let's zoom in. Let's see. I could easily picture any one of these guys at either a Mason Hall or you name it. Here's a point. You know how they say it's a big club and you ain't in it? Well, that doesn't apply to these people because they're apparently in the club that you're not in. All of them. The truth is, I don't know what this Blue Origin is doing. They claim that it goes 63 miles in the air, somewhere around 300,000 feet above this Earth, right about to what's called the supposed Kármán line, which is supposedly the border between our atmosphere and space. This magical border that somehow creates a boundary where we can have a pressurized atmosphere next to a near perfect vacuum. Who knows how that happens, but that's another story for another day. But either way, 62, 63 miles up in the air, 10-minute flight. That's not long to get there. Does it happen? I don't know. Is it a whole theater show, a fake charade? I don't know. Can a rocket blast 62 or 63 miles in the air? I don't know. Again, I'll bring you back to this idea of thrust. They tell us once you get that high that there really is very little air, that the air is very thin, which means those so-called air particles really are, not found in great amounts. There's reasons why airplanes can only go so high. The highest an airplane can go would be the SR-71, at least what they tell us, and that apparently can't go any more than 80 to 85 or 90,000 feet, and that might be pushing it. They're telling us that this rocket goes 300,000 feet. And apparently these people got to experience weightlessness for a few moments. Well, they admit that it's not, the weightlessness of outer space, which is basically perpetual falling around the supposed globe. It's really just the weightlessness of the descent, much like a parabolic airplane flight, the so-called vomit comet. You could experience weightlessness. And just because the plane is dropping, that's it. They're just really high, so it drops longer. Is it real? I don't know. They tell us that William Shatner went up in one of these, and Michael Strahan, the football player from the New York Giants, retired. Now he's a newscaster. I don't know. Look, they're telling us that they're blasting things up into low Earth orbit to the ISS. They tell us they sent 6 missions to the moon in the late 60s and early 70s. They have all these, lunar landers and these orbiters blasting everywhere. They have crafts on Mars, rovers. But now they have this tourism, what they're calling a suborbital tourism flight. So apparently that's the term for this Blue Origin suborbital. I believe Blue Origin is owned by Jeff Bezos, everybody, the who owns Amazon. But who knows? Either way, the whole thing smells fishy. It doesn't add up. Not to me, at least. Let's see what else we have. This one's from space.com. Explosion of Starship Flight 7 traced to fires in rocket's attic, SpaceX says. SpaceX has finished its investigation into what went wrong on the 7th test flight of its Starship rocket, which ended with a dramatic explosion. Flight 7 launched on January 16th, sending Starship aloft from SpaceX's Starbase site from South Texas. The mission was partially successful. SpaceX caught Starship's giant first-stage booster, known as Super Heavy, back at Starbase, using the launch tower's chopsticks arms as planned. Are you guys hearing this? This is neurolinguistic programming at its finest. Super Heavy, Starbase. This is right out of like a 1980s sci-fi space movie. Did anybody ever see The Last Starfighter? I think they called it Starbase. Elon Musk is right out of a comic book. This is insane. And people are buying it. Your neighbor's buying this. Your brother-in-law's buying this shit. Everybody is buying this shit. And we have to sit here and be the crazy ones as we point out objective reality. As we tell people that this is impossible physically, all of it. The rocket's upper stage, known as Starship, or simply SHIP, was supposed to deploy 10 dummy satellites into a suborbital trajectory and then splash down in the Indian Ocean about an hour after liftoff. That didn't happen, however. SHIP suffered an anomaly and broke apart over the Atlantic Ocean, sending debris raining down over Turks and Caicos Island. Sucks to be you if you're in Turks and Caicos. All of a sudden, this asshole Elon Musk is blowing stuff up above your head. That's not fair. Just a few hours later, SpaceX had already identified a likely cause, and then they're going to give an oxygen fuel leak, of course. It's always an oxygen fuel leak. Remember what happened to that Gus Grissom, who was supposed to be the first astronaut, one of the first 3 astronauts to go walk on the moon? Remember when they blew him up on the launch pad doing a routine check, and they said it was an oxygen leak? I think they used an oxygen leak when they had that Challenger explosion in the mid-'80s that they made us all watch on TV from elementary school. It's always an oxygen leak. Anyway. But of note, this SpaceX Starship, they're calling it, apparently is what they're trying to send the Artemis crew back to the moon on. They want it to be a Starship because these things are reusable. Because here's the thing, you have to get these guys back in their little story. You can't just send up a probe or the rocket and shoot it and let the gravity of the moon suck it in. You got to get these guys back. So they want to do it with this Starship. Well, they better work out these kinks, because if I was one of these 4 Artemis astronauts, I'd be pretty worried watching this. They just keep blowing up. They can't land. You can't get anything out there. And then when they come back, they got to catch them with chopsticks. If you guys remember, they showed the clip of Donald Trump. He actually watched this on January 16th, right before his inauguration. They had Trump down there watching the Super Heavy get caught with these chopstick arms. This is insane. Apparently, the Starship itself, or what they're dubbing the ship, simply the ship, the actual capsule part, is also supposed to get captured with these chopsticks upon return. But of course, it didn't have the chance because it blew up all over the poor people of Turks and Caicos. Unbelievable. Well, anyway, folks, that's our science news for the day. Well, let's move on. What else do we have here? Much love, audience. Thank you for being here. Yeah, stop sharing window. Let me pull up my other stuff. Back to YouTube. Here we go. All right, what do we want to get into next? So many things. I think I want to play a video from our friend Leo, Level Earth Observer. Any Level Earth Observer fans in the audience? Put a 1 in the chat if you like Leo. Let me see you. Because I like Leo. I'm a Leo guy. I'm a Leo guy 100%. You know why? Because Leo agrees with me. I'm very simpatico with Leo. Leo even mentioned the upward vector not long ago, a couple weeks ago. And unlike most of you morons in the FE community, he didn't just hand-wave dismiss it. He wasn't completely on board with it, but he understands demonstrable reality because he's a demonstrable realist. He knows not to ignore practical demonstration and applied physics when it's right in front of your face. Yep, a couple ones came in. Rachel, Anime Gematria, Vara, yeah, Andrew, Mark. Who's Leo? Angela, Leo is Level Earth Observer. I'm surprised you don't know him. He's easy to find. Let's get into some of Leo's stuff. Where are you, Leo? Come talk to me. Seriously, Leo, come talk to me. What are you waiting for? It's time you and I had a conversation. I know you spend most of your time in that crane of yours. I think he recorded this from a crane, by the way. I'm not even joking. Like a tower crane. So Leo, much like myself, understands that a rotating, orbiting Earth literally makes no sense because it's physically impossible. Leo also knows that the final experiment really is of no consequence because an optical observation really doesn't have anything to do with the physical world we live in, really. But we'll let him talk about it and I'll give my commentary. Take it away, good sir.
Now let's rewind 7, possibly 8 months now, back to last year, when I was highlighting the false dichotomy that was the final experiment, and Jeren from the Jerenisms channel, illogical stance in the build-up to the final experiment. And of course I predicted that Jeren would go on to become a flat earth debunker in 2025.
Okay, that makes 2 of us, Leo. And I saw some commenters under your video point out this fact. And Leo, just between me, you, and the wall here, I think I said it first. I don't want to take like all the pie because I'm not like that. You know, I'm not like a fat kid who just loves cake and pie. But I'm just going to say, I think I said it first, and I think my audience knows that. But it's okay, Leo, because I'm going to give you the credit that you deserve because you were there with me We called Jaren out from the beginning. We made sure Jaren stayed in that corner that he painted himself into, and we saw it. So, good sir, I tip my hat to you. Fair play, yes. But just make sure you know that it wasn't just you, Leo. It was your pal Z. We're going to be friends, Leo. I just know it.
I took a hell of a lot of flack from the community for speaking up and highlighting what I could see plain as day, but because of emotional attachments, others couldn't. But of course, it's played out exactly how I said it would. Now, here's the thing. Loads of people were absolutely disgusted by me highlighting illogical points.
Leo, it was the same thing that I experienced. I had people coming at me left and right, denying what they were seeing and hearing with their own senses, telling me I was crazy, I was a hater, I was a backbiter, and every other pejorative you could think of. Turns out I was right. And guess what, Leo? Very few people apologized. There's a handful. Some of them are here now in chat. Very few people came back and apologized. Hey, how about you people listen to me right now that gave me a bunch of shit for all that Jaren stuff? Are you going to come clean with me? When are you going to come up on my panel and actually give me the proper apology that I deserve? I mean, I'll be fine without it. I'll keep going. I'll still sleep really well tonight. But you owe it to me because you guys were out of line. I was calling something that was obvious and that you, like Leo said, based on your emotions and your parasocial attachment to Jaren and these other morons, couldn't see.
That Jaren had said. Some people unsubscribed. Some people were horrified that I had the cheek to actually speak up against their flat earth leader. But of course, every single thing I ever said regarding this subject was logical and true. And with regard to Jaren, it's played out exactly how I predicted it would. Which is disappointing, to say the least. I didn't want to be right in this particular instance. I didn't. But of course I was. What I find disappointing is a lot of the people that were so vocal about me speaking up, none of them have come back to apologize or own the fact they were wrong, except for one person. It shouldn't be.
This person here, Joseph Harris, says they both have kids and were threatened. Joseph, look, anything's on the table. We're going to get into it later, as you see in the title. What's wrong with Witsit? That's on the table. I don't know. I don't want to just make claims that I can't substantiate. But something happened to Witsit. He's not the same. I'm not going to claim that he was like switched and he's like a clone now. But again, anything's on the table. But something's wrong with Witsit. There's obviously something going on. And I'll talk to him again. Austin, what's going on with you, dude? It's obvious. We all see it. Everybody sees it. The fact that you're getting on stream in the condition that you're in makes no sense. Either you're doing some weird self-sabotage implosion. Maybe you're, I don't know, partaking in some kind of illicit substance. Maybe you got some problems going on. Or maybe it's like this guy said, you were somehow compromised through threats. I don't know. Something's going on with you, man. Big time.
Shouldn't be difficult now because Jaren now is actually regurgitating old debunked globe arguments from back from 2014. So how obvious does he want to make it? Because of the emotional attachment, so many have struggled to own it.
Exactly, Leo said it. Jaren's regurgitating old debunked globe arguments that he knows are completely false. I watched Jaren. I played it on my show last time. Maybe 2 shows ago now. Jaren literally said the Earth is rotating faster than the speed of sound at the equator. And so what? No big deal. That's not that much. And then he literally showed an image of what Earth would look like from pretend space 1,000,000 miles from Earth. It's about where it would have to be based on where the moon was positioned, and said, look, this is real time. You can't even see it spinning. What's the big deal? and we're supposed to sit here and do nothing? Austin sits there looking stoned to the bejesus, interviewing God knows who about God knows what. Dave Weiss says nothing, talks about plasma laser moons. Karen B just sits there and talks about the data. Mark Sargent's girlfriend does a globe flip. Are you kidding me? You people are insane. You should all be ashamed of yourself.
Oh, now. And a few have been fooled by this final experiment pantomime. I said it before they went, and I'm going to say it now. The globe Earth theory is physically impossible. No one on this earth can refute that statement. Everyone on this earth can confirm that statement.
And that's exactly right. This is why I love you, Leo. Not just because you're cozying up to the upward vector, because you know the truth and you know how to think. The globe heliocentric theory is physically impossible. Physically. It only works in some mental construct. Yeah, you could put math to it because it's devoid of reality. You could put math behind anything. You could make up anything in your mind, anything you want. The problem is, unless it's substantiated, it can't be true. It's just a thought. Leo knows this, and I know this.
I would have loved to have known in a scientific fashion if there's a circling sun in Antarctica. I have no bias. It doesn't affect me in any shape or form. I have no model to defend. I simply stand by the physicality of the Earth. Because it was such a mess and was done in a very shoddy fashion, and because of a lot of the dishonesty and a lot of the issues that have been highlighted regarding the final experiment, I can't take it seriously. So the observation at the moment is still open for me.
Okay, fair enough, Leo. Leo doesn't want to go so far as I've gone and so far as Nachiketa's gone. Where we went basically before this even happened, said appears to be a 24-hour astral sun in Antarctica in the summer. Based on evidence. I can go through the evidence again. Solar observation. Reports. Old and new. But okay, fair point, Leo. Whether or not there is or isn't doesn't matter. I like your take on it.
Part of me, this might annoy some people, part of me really does want there to be a circling sun, because it means this place is far more interesting than I originally thought. You're never, ever.
Let me address this comment from Monkey Cat Pat, new person here. Hey Z, you need to work on your presentation. Include things like citations, scientific papers, or your own research. Oh, thanks for the feedback, Monkey Cat Pat, whatever that name's supposed to be. How's this, Monkey Cat Pat? You just give us the link to your show and your channel, and we'll go there and we'll watch you and all your citations, scientific papers, and your research. Because I really don't need any of those things, because I have a little thing called logic, the ability to think. I have the sovereignty of mind given to me as a child of creation. That's what I have. This is called rhetoric. That's what I'm doing here. I'm not going to sit here with a bunch of scientific papers and research. That's why there's 140 people listening to me talk every time I come on, and my numbers are growing without any help from YouTube or the FE gatekeepers. Because I know how to do a show and keep people's attention because I'm interesting. I could just imagine what you're like in real life, Monkey Cat Pat. But you can come up and talk to me because I do an open panel every show as soon as I'm done my presentation. So come talk to me. You can talk to me about, how to do citations, scientific papers, and research. We'll get into it.
Going to refute the physicality of the Earth by looking up at the sky. You can look up at the sky and imagine you're on a ball, but the problem is when you do that, you're quickly going to be brought back to Earth with a thump by people like myself who are going to highlight the physicality of this Earth, proves the globe Earth theory is impossible. This is the dilemma. You can look up and imagine you're on a ball by looking up at the luminaries. But the ball is physically impossible. The Earth is demonstrably level, but the sky when we look up makes no sense regarding that. The sooner people from both communities come together and address that fact, and perhaps we can find some common ground where we can stand by things that we can all agree on. And the only thing I can think of that is a great starting place for that is the things we can test and verify for ourselves. The problem is the globe community doesn't want to go there because they know instantly their theoretical model gets found out and exposed by what's physically true. And that's the problem. It's a cycle.
Right, and that's the point that Leo just nailed. Their theoretical model gets destroyed by what's physically true. That's what it comes down to. This isn't hyperbole when I say it over and over again. The globe model is physically impossible. Straight up. I have plenty of content regarding it. You can go on my channel, go into my videos, and just go down as I speak on it for hours and hours and hours. I don't have to do it here. It's fair enough to say it's physically impossible based on practical demonstration and applied physics. That's the beginning and end of the conversation. There's nothing about the optics of the sky that can override that fact. As Leo's pointing out, we seem to see in some type of hemispheric perspective. The celestial bodies are localized. There's no model in which any celestial body can be triangulated. If you don't know that, you should learn that. The heavenly bodies are apparent. There's some mystical thing to the skies. The ancient cultures knew that the skies were the heavens. The heavens were the realm of God or the gods. To try to apply some type of, let's say, known earthly physics to the heavens simply doesn't apply. It doesn't hold up. I don't care how many globies come here and tell me that their model works perfectly for X, Y, and Z. I assure you it does not. The sun, the moon, the stars, and the so-called planets cannot be triangulated on a globe, just like they can't be triangulated on any common conception of a flat Earth map. This is why models need to basically be kept to the realm of theory, interesting conversation. To attach yourself to a model is pure folly. You'll end up just like Jaron and Patricia Steer and Robbie Davidson and Mellow Globe and the rest of them.
Psychological barrier. And some flat earthers have it as well. So it's not all one-sided. The psychology is what is holding us back. People claiming that physical reality is up for debate are also holding us back. The way this reality presents itself to us isn't up for debate. And I mean that in a physical form. Optically, of course, looking up at the sky, at the things we can't touch or feel, of course you can debate what those things are and you can give your opinion. But the physicality of the earth, which can be tested and verified by all, that isn't up for debate. And the results of the physicality of the earth prove to us all the globe is impossible. This is the problem. This was the problem 11 years ago. This is the problem now. We've just gone through some sort of regurgitation pantomime over the last 12 months. There is positives to have come out of this. Many people have revealed their cards. Many people have revealed their naivety regarding this. Even truthers have highlighted to all for how gullible they can be because of emotional attachments. Going forward, I would love to see if there's a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. Like I've said, the observation I would, well, if there was, I would find that a fascinating observation. It's not going to change anything I've ever said. It won't refute anything I've ever said. But it's an observation I would like done in a scientific fashion. Again, how I go about that, I think the only way I can go about that is to go and have a look for myself. And maybe that's something I can do in the future.
That makes two of us, Leo, because I would like to do the same thing. But unlike Jaren, Witsit, and Lisbeth, if I made my way out or down or however you want to say it to Antarctica, I don't think I'd tell anybody. I would just go. I would just go look. I might talk about it afterwards. And it's probably the best option for anybody out there. If you want to go look, go look. How about you, Dave Weiss? Are you going to go down there telling everybody there's a laser plasma sun that they used in lieu of the real sun, that they somehow met it up right when it arced away? And that poor Jaren and Austin were just unwitting dupes in this grand scheme. Are you going to go down there, David? Make sure you don't tell anybody, because you don't want to know you're coming. They might fire up that plasma laser sun again that you said heated up Antarctica like 40 degrees. You remember when you said that? In your wild theory that you basically claimed as fact? That you said it heated Antarctica up 40 degrees and started melting everything? Yeah, I remember when you said that, Dave. I'm not going to let you slide on that one. Why don't you head down there, Dave? You got all those shekels you grifted off the poor flat earth community. Why don't you put it to some good use? Why don't you make your way to Antarctica and go put that laser plasma sun to the test?
Fair play to the people that are now seeing through this pantomime that's been going on for the last few months and weren't fooled by it or gaslit by it back into a delusional belief system because of emotional attachments to a model or an online personality. It shouldn't be difficult because the physicality of this earth cannot be swayed. And of course, as I say many times, it proves the globe is impossible.
Good on you, Leo. Much love, my friend. That's Level Earth Observer, everybody. Go check him out. Give him a sub if you have not already. It's well worth it. Now let's get into the next little item on today's Price is Right. And that's one Mr. Robbie Davidson. Oh, Robbie. I've seen some punchable faces in my life, but good sir, you may have just won the prize. Holy mackerel. And for anybody who doesn't know this guy, I came across him and his channel years ago when I was really getting into these topics. He had a channel called Celebrate Truth. Celebrate Truth. And he would do like these 24-hour streams where he would just obnoxiously play all this like flat earth stuff over and over again. Not only that, this guy ran a number of international flat earth conferences. Well, apparently he is the latest casualty to fall for the Duffy Gambit and basically be duped into the false binary and this so-called mutually exclusive observation because he's done a globe flip. Yes, Robbie Davidson, and shout out to Banjo. I took these images from Banjo's channel, so I'm going to give him a shout out. Even Banjo's been saying some whack stuff lately, but I'm giving him credit for this. But here he is, Mr. Robbie Davidson. I just wanted to show everybody who he is. This is his, on the right is the icon for his channel. You may have noticed it. I'm sure a number of you are or were subscribed to it. Banjo was showing out how similar his icon is to the Flat Earth Society. Which, by the way, faithful listeners, we were told for how many years that the Flat Earth Society was a psyop? Who's looking like the psyop now? I don't know, maybe we should start paying attention to that at Flat Earth Society. I'm not a member. I'm just saying maybe. Because the Flat Earth Society acknowledged the 24-hour sun a while ago. when Jaron says there's no other models that incorporate Antarctica in a 24-hour sun. Apparently, Jaron didn't look at the Flat Earth Society, because I have models that I'm going to be presenting in the future. Although, again, I don't adhere to models, but they're good for conversation, that will show that the Flat Earth Society has been acknowledging and addressing this 24-hour sun for a long time. Because the weird thing about, I guess, this Flat Earth Society is they weren't just run and enamored by a bunch of like gatekeepers who positioned themselves in some weird parasocial relationship with their viewers and then entered in some weird confederacy around this FE core I call the Flat Earth Mafia. I'm just saying, maybe the Flat Earth Society is something that should be revisited. So here's his, I don't know if it's a tweet or whatever he wrote, just for evidence. So you guys know I'm not just talking out of the side of my mouth. Robbie Davidson. After much thought, research, and consideration, I've come to a new conclusion about the shape of the Earth. I was wrong. I'm sorry. See, again, just like Jared. No, wow. I'm dumbfounded. This needs more consideration. Or maybe just shut up, Robbie. Maybe go think about it. Maybe go meditate in a cave for like a couple weeks or months. Become one of those Hare Krishnas. I don't know, whatever. Do a bunch of acid. Do a cleanse. Go vegan for a few months. Think about your life. Read a book. Read the Bible. Or whatever holy book you want to read. No. Your dumbass just comes out the next day like nothing happened. And go, whoops. Sorry, everybody. Sorry I grifted you for years and years with my flat earth conferences. Sorry about my many flat earth documentaries. Sorry about the DVDs I wrote in my first book and my YouTube channel with over 150,000 subscribers. Sorry. Quote unquote, I was wrong. I wish to act with integrity. I've changed my opinion based on new information that has been presented in Antarctica from the final experiment. Look how he announces it. Just like that. Just like that. Not saying, well, over time I started to question my beliefs and I'm sorry I didn't come out with it. Or no. So apparently you believe that there's no other option for this Earth than the model that you ascribe to, that the model that you pushed and promoted for years, Robbie. And you're going to sit here just like Jaron and say that that sun is a mutually exclusive observation that gives greater credence to the globe, even though the globe doesn't even get off the ground. Like Leo says, it's physically impossible. You're going to ignore that. You're going to appeal to consensus, appeal to authority, appeal to emotion, and every other logical fallacy in the book that makes the globe even possible, just to say that the final experiment changed your mind on this. And then he continues, I have not been paid, threatened, compromised in any way. And then he goes with his accolades. I put 4 Flat Earth International conferences together. 4, count them, everybody. I produced many Flat Earth documentaries. I put out DVDs. I wrote my first book. I created a YouTube channel that has over 150,000 subscribers. I ran a 24/7 Flat Earth live stream for over 7 years. I created hundreds and hundreds of videos over the last 10 years. Once you go flat, you can globe back. He literally said that or wrote it. And we're supposed to believe you're not paid, threatened, or compromised with that insane post right there. We're supposed to believe that, Robbie. These people have balls, man. Here's Robbie. Apparently in 2020, he was the executive producer of a movie. You know what the movie was called? Sleeper Agent. Really weird. Weird, Robbie. You produced a movie called Sleeper Agent? God, look at this guy. Look at this guy's picture. Can I zoom up on this? Is it going to let me? Nah, it's not going to let me. Look at him. Somebody pointed out to Banjo, and I presented it here. Look at the Deep Agent card on the right. That's an Illuminati card. So this guy produces a movie called Sleeper Agent in 2020. He literally is like the doppelganger for this Deep Agent guy off the Illuminati card game. Revelation of the Method, anybody? Predictive programming, anybody? Wow. Here's an interesting one. You guys might remember this. Do you remember the International Flat Earth Conference that Robbie mentioned earlier ago that apparently hosted 4 of them? Do you guys remember when Logan Paul, yes, Logan Paul of the Paul brothers, you guys might know his more popular brother, Jake Paul, who just fought Mike Tyson recently. And it's one of the biggest stars in the world, one of the most known faces there is. Well, this is Logan, almost just as big. Well, Logan, if you remember, he crashed one of these flat earth conferences, pretty much made everybody look like a fool, as he made himself do so. Well, there's Logan Paul flashing a bunch of signs, a bunch of interesting signs, where he's covering his eye. I don't know, doing a bunch of kind of like 666 things, one-eyed symbolism, whatever the hell else he's doing. I don't know if they're devil horns. What's going on? Gigi Abby Lynn knows. I see you there, Gigi. Gigi, tell us all what those signs are. You'll know. Anyway, look, there's Robbie Davidson with his arm around Logan Paul, as he literally did a hit piece against Flat Earth and made everybody look like a moron. Karen B was at that conference. Do you remember, Karen? Yeah, you remember, don't you? And there's Logan, just in case you thought I was lying, at the conference with a microphone in his hand, when he pretty much made a fool of everybody and said, you know, I'm a Glober and you're all dum-dums. There he is. Mr. Robbie Davidson. Take it in, everybody. It's funny because they all have the same look. Decrepit. Wasting away. Look at this guy. What's up with you, Robbie? I guess the flat earth thing wasn't paying. Like I said earlier in the show, truth doesn't really pay, does it? We know that. Remember Cyrus in The Matrix? He knew the stake wasn't real. He knew it was all a figment of his imagination and he was in some weird Sims Matrix program. But he chose it anyway. That's what people like you do, Robbie. Because you have no concept of the spiritual, the supernatural, the godly. You're completely caught up in this world. You're sold over to it. This world of shadows and dust, this decaying world of flesh. Well, Robbie Davidson, I'll say this to you, good sir. May you live 1,000 years. It's Robbie, everybody. It's enough of this guy. He's making me sick. Let's see what Gigi said. We're going to check in with Gigi. I asked her to interpret the Logan Paul hand signs. Let's see what she's got. What did you say? Girly Man Triangle Club, I call them. All right, so there's a triangle club, she's saying. I guess she means like, she says, of course I know. The Baphomet sign. Gotcha. That makes sense. So the Baphomet and the triangle, like the pyramid. Thank you, Gigi. I knew you wouldn't let me down. Thanks for being here. Yeah, she said it's called the Baphomet sign. Makes sense. Yeah, shout out to Robbie. Shout out to you, Robbie. Somebody's telling me that he's 6'5" and weighs 145 pounds. No joke. Yeah. Unbelievable. Let's get into the main event, everybody. And that's our good friend, Mr. Austin Witsit. I hyped it up long enough. Austin, get help, Austin. Let's start out with whatever this is going on with him. This is Austin's new headshot. I want everybody to take a look at it, please. Just really, really, like, soak it in. He's got the sweater vest, whatever you want to call it. Looks like it's like has no shirt underneath of it. Like, if it wasn't so dark, you'd see a little bit of chest hair if he had any. I don't know. Do gingers have chest hair? I have chest hair, but I'm Italian. So it's par for the course. But do gingers have chest hair? Does anybody know? I need to know that. Anyway, there's Austin with his cashmere sweater vest, whatever's going on. Shirtless underneath. with, of course, the Zoolander, blue steel look, which is obvious. He trimmed up his beard, obviously put a little bit of product in the hair. Here's my question for you, Austin. Did your wife approve of this look? Was she the mastermind behind this? And then who okayed this headshot? Was it your new handlers? Managers? I'm sorry, managers, not handlers. Excuse me. Agents? You're not an agent, are you? I don't know. Somebody had to approve this. This was the idea. This was like work. This wasn't just like an accident. This wasn't a selfie one day as he was like sitting by the pool in his home in Florida, where the hell he lives. A lot went into this look. We know we saw you at that debate con, Austin. Did this happen there? Who got a hold of you, Austin? We want to know. Again, this is an intervention. I'm just saying. Let's continue. All right, so as if that headshot wasn't bad enough, and it is bad enough, this is how Austin shows up. This was 2 shows ago. I want everybody to look at Austin. I know many of you have seen this, but for those who haven't been paying attention, really look at Austin. I'm going to let this play. We're going to let him talk.
In a world. What a... Oh. Been a minute? Been a minute? I'm thinking, I'm going back and forth. I used to do this thing where I would play random instrumentals and I would freestyle beginning of the stream. I think I might start doing that again. And then reading the chat.
No, Austin, please don't. See, there's a difference, Austin. I sing on my show, but it's a LARP. It's a lark. It's a joke. It's for comedic effect, Austin. I don't really think I'm a singer, but you really think you're a rapper. I'm not going to play the rap for my audience. They've all heard it. We up in the field. That's for Israel. I mean, I get it. You rhymed up in the field with Israel. Not bad. But other than that, it leaves a lot to be desired. So no, Austin, nobody wants to hear you rap. But look at him. I'm asking a serious question to my audience. What is wrong with Austin?
Letting you guys throw words in there and then freestyle off the words and phrases. It's on the table. It's on the table. So how's it going? We'll let everyone kind of pile up in here.
That's the point in the stream. I know he's probably stoned. Are you stoned, Austin? I know you quit weed when you did that around the country tour. I know you weren't smoking. Ja love, Ja this. Are you Rastafari now? I know you love Ja. Maybe that's it. Maybe I'm wrong. He's just Rastafari. Either way, what's going on? This is the point in the stream where you're like, oh, I'm live. I need to do something, but I'm stoned. Everybody, this is why yours truly doesn't come on in any way intoxicated. And P.S., I'm not in any way intoxicated, even in real life. So I'm in no danger of ever coming on looking like Austin here. Austin, this is a mistake. Whatever you're doing, you need to change course, dude. This is really bad.
You know.
You know? So here's what we have here. Then he comes on the next stream and he brings this broad on. Hey, if you're one of my longtime listeners, put a 1 in the chat if you remember this chick. Please, I want to know. This is Dr. Kelly Brogan. You guys remember when we used to go over Kelly? And she did that primal, like, female empowerment chant? Do you guys remember that? Yeah, come on. The ones are coming in. You know what's funny? Just a week ago, I went through all my old stuff and I cleaned out, like, some stuff I thought I'd never use again. And I got rid of the chant clip. When she was doing that Celtic goddess-like chant, I got rid of it. And I didn't have the, I didn't have the motivation to go look for it again through all her stuff. Yeah, I'm seeing the ones come in. So here she is. She comes up again. Dr. Kelly Brogan. So Witsit decides to interview this broad. Now, I'll spare you the details regarding the conversation because they're completely inane and worthless and meaningless. It was just a bunch of like weird female empowerment through like submission, which makes no sense. It's like, I'm smart, I'm empowered, we're equal, but I'm submissive. It doesn't work, Dr. Kelly. That's a LARP. You're just LARPing submission. You still think you're the boss bitch. Oh, by the way, everybody, she's a medical doctor, a psychiatrist, so to speak. Could you imagine being with this broad? A psychiatrist? Do you know who else was a psychiatrist? Harley Quinn. Anybody a Batman fan? You know what happened to Harley Quinn? Yeah. She's our own flat earth Harley Quinn. And is she even a flat earther? She says she is. I'm not buying it. Hey, Kelly Brogan, just because you dated and fucked a flat earther doesn't make you one. That's not how it works. I want to hear your arguments for the flat earth, Kelly Brogan. Witsit let you off easy. He let you just sit there and go on and on and on about nonsense. Come on my show. I want to hear your reasoning why you know there can't be a globe and the earth is level, horizontal, topographical plane. I want to hear your arguments. I'm not just going to let you slide and LARP as a flat earther. We've done that with too many people. We let Rose 777 to LARP as a flat earther for too long. We let that Jason Lingram just sit there and give speech after speech and presentation after presentation, year after year at those damn Flattoberfests. I'm tired of you LARPers. Mellow Globe came in. Now he's crying because he was getting off drugs and he didn't know what he was doing and he fell into the flat earth cult. We're not letting you slide. Austin let you slide. I'm not doing it. So anyway, whatever she was talking about is besides the point. But anybody who tuned into this was crazy because you had to have seen what I saw. Austin sitting there out of his mind, looking forlorn, gloomy, and lost. I don't know. I'll let you guys decide. Here it is.
Than somebody else, literally anybody else. There is...
I just want you guys to look at Austin. And I didn't pause it at like an inopportune moment to make him look the way he does. I just hit pause. What are you doing, Austin? What is this? The posture, the face? Have you given up? Did Will Duffy do this to you? Who got to you, Austin? Did something weird happen in Antarctica? They say weird things happen in Antarctica. It's like a weird place to be. Did you get mind fucked along the way? Is it your wife? Your wife caught you vaping. We know you had to lie about the vape gate. You didn't want your wife catching you vaping. You know it was a big issue in your marriage. Whatever. I don't know. I'm just making stuff up at this point, Austin. I'm not in your marriage. I don't know. Something's going on with you, Austin. This is weird.
Your heart starts racing. Your neck gets like hot waves.
I mean, literally, look at him.
This is insane. And you enter into this dynamic where you are, in many cases, I mean, if we go back to the feminist movement, you're like veritably obsessed with.
And he's just sitting here letting this broad yap on and on and on about nonsense on his science channel. Austin, you talk about flat earth. You talk about, I don't know, the Jews, the Illuminati. What is this? Relationships with a quote unquote holistic psychiatrist? How's that even work? How could you be a holistic psychiatrist? Those two things don't go together.
With the enemy. It becomes like this caress that you offer with your attention, right? I remember in the peak days of my activism, I mean, I probably thought about certain figures who I thought were responsible for, leveraging, certain legislation that would identify pharmaceutical industry or mandates or whatever it was. And I would like wake up thinking about them, loosely thinking about them. That's an erotic relationship. Far more so than to say, you know what? That just doesn't work for me.
Oh my God. We're just going to let this play out for a little bit. This was Austin's broadcast. I sat there and watched this for an hour out of my life. This was me watching this. Could you imagine? This is the broadcast, literally. Austin, what are you doing? So your fans are tuning in to watch you talk about, I don't know, truthism, and this is what they tune into. Your sorry ass letting this broad yap on about nonsense for hours on end. This was the show, everybody. This was the show. I'm going to let it play. We're going to watch Austin's last show, everybody. Go ahead. It's insane. Look, I'm going to try to be serious for a second if it's even possible. We need to get to the bottom of this. And what about this? He's sitting there talking to Dr. Kelly Brogan and just let Jaren like completely throw him under the bus and go on and team up with Will Duffy and make you look stupid, Austin. Austin, this is how you're gonna go out, dude? Like this? Like this? You ignore me? You ignore Nachiketa? The people who are out here holding it down for your ass? You're just gonna talk about, I don't know, incoherent dielectric acceleration and interferometry over and over and over as you ignore demonstrable reality? You come on my show and brag to Nachiketa's face because your ego was hurt and you were butthurt that you're going to go on Candace Owens because you're the special boy and get seen by millions of people as you tell them the real quote-unquote flat earth argument, and you're sitting here like this. Unbelievable, Austin. I thought you were better, Austin. I thought you had more moxie than that. Maybe I was wrong. Maybe we were all wrong. I don't know. Gigi Abby Lynn says, I told you about these shitheads years ago. Fair enough, Gigi. You did. No, but she did, Angela. We have to give it to her. Look, Gigi, you may be like batshit crazy. I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe we're all a little crazy. But Angela, we have to give it to her. She told us about it years ago. Dowski says, I think he's just taking a break from all the crap. Really? The guy who claimed that he's holding flat earth on his back is taking a break from all this crap? So this is his break? Here? This is his break? You kidding me? This? I gotta stop. All right, it's enough. All right, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do the open panel portion of the show. I gotta take care of some business. I'm gonna give you all a chance to come up and talk to me. I saw a lot of I don't know, tough guys in the chat. Now's your chance to come talk to me. Anybody, come on up. It's an open panel, y'all. I expect some of y'all to come up and talk to me. Again, a lot of keyboard warriors. Let's see if you put your money where your mouth is, people. Somehow I doubt you will. Wow, Austin. Here's the real question, everybody. How close is Austin to a globe flip? 3 weeks ago, I would have said no. I'm not so sure now. I'm not so sure. I don't want to make any prognostications or predictions, but I'm going to put the odds of Austin globe flipping right now at about, I'm going to say 15%. Still low. Anybody want to take bets on it? 15%? That'd be really good odds. Like if you bet for the globe flip and he does it, you would do really well at a 15%. It's like 6-1 odds, somewhere around there, give or take. I'm telling you, people. I would have said 0 a couple weeks ago, but we're going to tick it up a little bit to 15% chance that Austin does a globe flip at this point. Because it's not looking good for Austin. Austin, we've seen that look before, man. We've seen that look. All right. We're going to take a brief interlude. I want everybody to relax. Take a breath. It's time to take a breath, everybody. It's been a wild show so far. I've been going a cappella for nearing 2 hours. We all need to take a breath, okay? So let's do so. And we're going to have some help from our good friend Jack Talcott. Jack, if you're out there, much love. See you soon. Don't go anywhere. Open panel following the break. Much love.
Recognize your freedom. And then, with intention, with consciousness, in the privacy, safety of home, allow yourself to fall to pieces. Just let them all go. Fuck you. I am nothing. I'm not a man. I'm not American. I'm not a father. I'm not white. I'm nothing. In the privacy, safety of home. Take a breath. 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 Detach. Let yourself, you know what? Let yourself in the privacy, safety of home. You know? Allow yourself to fall to pieces. Just let them all go. Fuck it. I am nothing. I'm not a man. I'm not American. I'm not a father. I'm not white. I'm nothing. Take a breath. Recognize your freedom.
Jack, you are not nothing. You're Jack Talcott. Always remember that. Never forget it. You are Jack Talcott, damn it. You're the one, the only. There he is. Right on cue, Jack. Right on cue. There he is in the chat. Let's play it again because Jack's here.
With intention, with consciousness, in the privacy, safety of home, you know? Allow yourself to fall to pieces. Just let them all go. Fuck you.
Jack, there are words to live by, man.
I am nothing. I'm not a
More
man.
people
I'm
should
not
be like
American.
Jack.
I'm not a father.
By the way.
I'm not white. I'm nothing. In the privacy, safety of home. Take a breath. Take a breath. Take a breath. Take a breath. Take a breath.
Coming at you, everybody. It is a soothing remix. You're right. Incredibly
Take a
soothing.
breath. Take a breath.
Oh, that is good stuff, everybody. We needed it.
Take a breath.
Sometimes you just need to center yourself. We should all remember that our thoughts, they're not really us. They're projections. Kind of like a movie.
Take a breath.
There's really no need to attach to your thoughts. They're not you.
Detach.
Observe your thoughts.
Let yourself, you know what? Let yourself in the privacy, safety of home.
In the privacy and the safety of your home.
Allow yourself to fall to pieces.
Allow yourself to fall to pieces. Let it all go. Fuck it.
I'm not American. I'm not a father. I'm not white.
I'm
nothing.
not. Words to live by. Well, let's start letting people up. Who do I have back here? If I don't let you up right away, please hold. I will get to you. And there's still room in the back, so come on up. This is the part where you come up and chop it up with your pal Z. It's that part of the show. All right, let me start letting some people up.
Cows, man.
Jack, I'm taking your advice. I'm taking a moment. I'm breathing. I'm recognizing the moment. I'm present. I'm in my body. I'm feeling my beingness in every way. You know, that really is good advice, Jack. Sometimes just to step back, focus, and be aware of your breathing. Be aware of your body. You know, Jack, oftentimes we hold tension that we're unconsciously we're not aware of in our muscles, and it's just we keep it in. We forget to breathe, or we breathe in a shallow fashion. And I think these are all symptoms of some underlying either spiritual, psychological malady, some dis-ease. So I think we can all focus on being a little bit more present in the moment. So thank you for being here, Jack, and reminding us of that. Thank you.
I'm humbled and honored. I am such a fan of Zetetic Warrior and what you share, man. Blessings to all who gathered, and there's a few who haven't hit the like yet, but they'll find their way there. I'm confident.
Thank you, Jack. How do you get people to hit the like button besides just over and over and over again? It's weird because it's not hard to hit the like. Jack, I've noticed, much like myself, you have like this slow, steady growth. Okay. You have no help from the algorithms. You don't have any other big content creators that want to show you any love. Okay. It's kind of like a dog world here on YouTube. You've earned every subscriber, every view that you have. Guys, participate. Share what you like. It doesn't have to be your little secret. Make this grow. We're just a bunch of people out here trying to live the truth. We're trying to present ourselves authentically, with intention, and to try to be creative and entertaining and informative in the process. So the least you could do is hit the like and share. What do you think, Jack? What's your thoughts on that?
I think it's a sign. It's a sign of, no offense to anyone, but a sign of selfishness. People are unwilling to even be a part of the algorithm. They're that resistant that if I hit the like, then YouTube's going to keep track of me or whatever, all sorts of different reasons. But I appreciate the credit sincerely, because there's been an organic growth, but man, Z, even today, I don't know if it's because the numbers of the date, 2/25/25, I don't know if that means anything or not, but there's amazing things happening in the dysfunctional community that we're on the outskirts of or we're in the middle of. I'm not sure where we are, but it's happening. We're a part of it.
Well, like what you're saying, Jack, I like the optimism. I'm feeling it too in a lot of ways. You know, there's like a refinement, I think, that happens every so often, whether it's cyclical, whether it has to do with the astrology. I don't know what it is, but there has to be these, it seems like there's periods of growth and then some type of pruning, a shedding, I don't know, some type of, again, a refinement that happens. I don't know what's going on, but I 100% feel it. Maybe things go in cycles. I'm not sure. Let's talk about you. How are you being refined in your life?
Ooh, I had a healthy wake up call yesterday. After my live stream, I was reminded that there's genuine care, right? There is genuine care that grows even though it's online, it's kind of a real but not real. There's genuine care behind that. And the wake up call is, Jack, it's time to do better. So I keep getting told it's time to be better, and I feel like it's happening.
Well, like what you're saying, because we could all improve. And if one thinks they're in some state of, I don't know, perfection, they're probably just masking their insecurities with ego, arrogance, and hubris. You know, it's this idea that people place themselves on a pedestal. Usually it's simply a facade. They're usually protecting some deeply held trauma that is unprocessed and usually unconscious. So you see the presentation, you see the false front, the bravado, and so many things. And I think it's great that you're reminding yourself consciously and actively, I have to do better. I can do better. There's room for improvement. Because if you're not going to do it, then who's going to do it for you? I think we're so conditioned to look to some authority figure. Like when we're children, we have mommy and daddy, we have the teacher, we have the whatever. I think what happens is we have a society and a culture that's infantilized. They don't want to grow up. So it's who's going to be the authority? Who's going to tell me what to do? Who's going to tell me to eat my vegetables and when to go to bed and to do X, Y, and Z? And they look to the government. They look to these institutionalized religions. They ignore spirituality. They ignore their God-given ability for consciousness and the gifts that they have inside of them to in some way maybe transcend their base desires. What do you think about that?
Dude, beautifully spoken. It's well observed. And that's what I realized about myself. I grew up in a real rule-based household. Lots of rules, lots of obedience, punishment, there was expectations. So actually, when I went through basic training, it felt normal to me. I actually understood that obedience and strictness and stuff. But what you just described, it took me a lifetime to realize. Teaching me to obey taught me not to think. And I was afraid to think for myself. I was afraid of being wrong. And if you're afraid of being wrong, you won't step out of your comfort zone. That's what I learned for myself.
Great points. Jack, if you don't mind, I'm going to keep you up here. Let's greet some other people and see what they have to say, okay? Soul Read Analytics, welcome, I think, back to Z Show.
Hello.
Welcome. What's on your mind?
Yeah, I don't want to come in too hard. Hi, Jack. By the way, how you doing, buddy?
Greetings, brother.
Jack, do you know who this is? Are you familiar with Soul Read?
I know of, but not well.
True. I don't know. I was just thinking about this whole fake. It's funny because I was thinking about that Robbie dude, and I was like, "Oh, this dude will never flip." It was like 2 days later. I see it in my feed.
So talk to me about it. What about him
But
in
well,
particular?
it's like I'm
Yeah.
going to expand in ways you don't want me to talk about, so I get it.
I'm sorry. Say that again. Say that again.
I'll probably expand in ways you don't want me to speak of. So,
What makes you think that? Try me.
well, I don't know because I point out it's systematic rollout type of thing. So it should have been expected, I suppose. But I don't know. Is any press bad press, and how much of this is reaching people is the actual question. Like outside of our realm, how much of this information of flatties flipping reaching people? You know what I'm saying? So it's like, which we can never tell. I mean,
Look, it's got to start somewhere, man. All I know is a few months ago, I saw Jaron on the front page of every major newspaper in the world. Okay. He was being promoted all over as the flat earther who went back, saw the error in his ways, and left the dangerous cult. I could only suspect that it's going to grow from here. Now, don't you think, Soul Read Analytics, that it's a really juicy story for the mainstream media to see these flat earth people leave their cult? They're all playing the script like perfectly. I could easily see 5 of them on like 2020 on ABC News within the next 3 years. Dude, you can laugh. People laughed at me when I said
no, I
Jaron.
think
Yeah,
it's.
I know. I'm just saying. People laughed at me when I said Jaron was going to do his globe flip. I was completely accurate with that. I've
I
been right
agreed
about
with you when
most
you said
things.
that.
Yeah, go ahead. Keep going.
No, but I mean, I agreed with it when you said that. But I was already seeing outside of that is that it's all a work. Okay, so it's like hell, dude. If they get on 2020, good. I mean, if there was a Maury Povich anymore, that would be great. They got on Maury, but like I see it as press. That's what I'm saying. So it's which can only make people look at certain principles, and they look at certain principles of flat Earth, and it's some shit's not going to make sense. I mean, so I see it as a positive.
So
I see
you
it as an orchestration, but I see it as a positive,
all right. So here's
even
the
though how negative it looks. I mean, it works on a lot of angles. So go
okay.
on.
So
Sorry.
I like that you're trying to see the silver lining in this, but this is the argument that the ends justify the means, and that all press is good press. But I don't know if I necessarily agree with that because think about what they're saying, man. They're painting you and me and most of the people that are listening to us right now as a dangerous cult. How do you think that's going to fly at the Thanksgiving table when Grandma and Aunt Tilly and Uncle Joe
Mhm.
are watching, ABC News and they see Jaron and Mellow Globe and Robbie Thompson talk about how they were part of a dangerous cult that ignores science, that is basically some weird religious cult that is, anti-establishment and dangerous. I don't know if I can go along with the whole, this is good news. I know you're trying to be positive, but I don't know if I can agree with that. Go ahead, your thoughts.
Well, I'm kind of working on the sentiment that people are deceiving how awake they are from 2020 on, right? So I think a lot of people are afraid to speak about anything, to be honest with you. But it's hard to measure. It's a hard thing to measure. I will agree with you. And
All right, so let me ask you, Soul Read Analytics. Let's talk about you. How did you come across these topics? What is your, experience with these people that we're discussing tonight? How do you feel about them? Let's give us some insight into you as a person.
so me, I was like, I guess I've been awake for a while, but I literally it was in 2019 that I got to the rabbit holes, and I was like, all right, this is enough. I got to live life, and it was like Dr. Judy Wood's buildings dustifying thing, and I was like, this is enough. Whatever. I know the world's faking game, but and then 2020 happened, literally, and then 2020 happened. Then I literally went down the rabbit holes, flat Earth being one of them. And I was like, I don't know. For a long time I'd always thought everything was a parable, but I don't know. All that information hits you harder, and you're like, oh, I can awaken people. It doesn't matter. People are gonna want to awake when they see. I mean, you got to be willing to see it.
All right, so hold on. Let's go to Jack. Jack, flat Earth aside, let's talk about deception. There's no doubt we live in a world that's deceptive to its core. Most people can't grasp the magnitude of such a deception, therefore they dismiss it. They revert to consensus, they revert to what's comfortable, what is rewarded. What do we know about this world? It rewards things that benefit those in control. All right. So people just remain part of the system. They stay asleep and they think that their earthly riches in some way justify their decisions to abandon God on a daily basis. I know you know a little bit about this. You were a man who was in the world. By all standards, worldly standards, you would be considered somebody who had achieved everything, the so-called American dream. You, much like myself, found out what that dream really is. It really turns out to be a nightmare because that dream is devoid of God, it's devoid of consciousness, it's devoid of anything that we could consider worthy in the kingdom of heaven. Here you are now, okay? You're looking back on that experience. What can you tell the audience?
I can love that, man. What I can share, things are not as they seem. And the American dream requires a subconscious state of living in habits and not of fear. The governments and the power controllers, those with power, want to keep the power, and they keep the power through fear and spreading confusion. And when we were born into a world that profits from lies, it's that obvious and simple. But the problem with lies is people learn not to trust. And if we can't trust ourselves to find the truth, well, we're lost.
Well said. Let's set up another guest and see how it goes.
The king is here. When I step up in the building, fanfare, I'm loved by the millions. The king is here. Show respect and loyalty, cause what you looking at is royalty. The king is here. Where I belong, sitting on the throne. You a clone, you should move along.
Hello.
King Stephen, welcome back.
Thank you very much for the great introduction. I'm Jack's co-host, by the way, from the Jack Talcott Show. And shout out to Gigi. I agree with what Z said earlier. He said that Gigi might be batshit crazy, but once in a while she does say something that makes sense and hits the target. I agree with that assessment. It's good to be on here. It's good to be back.
Well, it's good to see you, King Stephen. What do you got for us? How's things going in your world?
Things are going great in my kingdom. I hope I'm optimistic and hopeful as always, perpetually, eternally. Soul Red Analytics seems to have some issue with me backstage. I don't remember who this guy is, but I'm not sure. Do you have some issue with me?
Let him. Soul Reed, is there something going on that I don't know?
No, I'm all right with Steven, actually. Except I don't like when you man, you fucking shit on people pretty hard. I guess I don't like that.
So let me ask you, Soul Reed Analytics, what is it within yourself that's reacting to King Stephen's behavior towards other people?
It's probably just too much internet, to be honest with you. But well, because I think we live in a time of enlightenment, man. We're meant to. Well, I know Steven's whole ideal, so I kind of know the psychology.
No, you don't. So I don't think that's.
Yeah, I do, dude. You're like, it's hell realm, going nowhere. I know all the levels. I mean, I know all the levels of your thought, so I get it. And I get it. It's not like you're all wrong, but
no.
I'll tell you what I appreciate about you is that you do cover everything, and you're fair in your information.
Did I shit on you at some point? Is what happened?
No, you really haven't at all.
Okay. Well,
we're groomed from the same soul trap, whatever bullshit.
No.
So,
I think
whatever we're gonna call. I mean, I don't know. Do you still talk about that? Really? I don't know.
I
I
think,
don't watch.
can you let me get in here?
Yeah.
I
Go
think
on.
I
You're
think
gonna
you
try
might
and
be
trigger me with something. I know.
I think
Go
you might
on.
be a bit insecure and paranoid. Just your behavior. If you were behaving this way on my channel, I would have corrected you and said, let other people speak, don't interrupt. You're a little bit uptight, insecure, paranoid. And I think if you relax a little bit, you just came into these topics, you said in 2019. So you're a newbie. You're kind of a baby
No,
truther.
I
That's not
didn't.
that long
I've been
ago.
awake.
That's not
I
that long
just
ago. That's not that long ago. So
another trigger.
2020 was a big wake up call for you. I'm not trying to trigger you. I'm trying to get you to see some truth.
I see the psychology of your plays. I mean, I'm not a stupid person.
You're not? Okay.
Well, I can see the psychology of your plays. You're a pretty smart dude. I get that. What do you want me? What do you want me to get into like a big fight with you? Like it's
No, I just want you to bow down and lick my boots. That's all.
never gonna happen, Steven.
Call me King Steven. Don't call me Steven. That's
Not gonna happen.
disrespectful. You should be respectful. Call me King Steven.
Okay.
Who is this guy? He came out of nowhere. Soul Red Analytics. I think he tried to come on my show. Did you try to come on my live stream one time and you got shut down or something?
I actually haven't. You've had me blocked since like day one.
Day one? I've had you blocked for years.
I made like one comment and you were like, block me. I mean, it wasn't even offensive. I don't know. Well, you just knew I knew where you came from. So.
No, I'm not offended.
But let's not make this a drama show. They were actually talking about this, something that was like in a bigger picture way, an informative type of thing for people learning truth, I think.
Gigi thinks I'm a top-notch handler. Wow. That's funny, Gigi. Am I making millions of dollars every time I mention Coke Zero? Am I sponsored by Coke Zero? Somebody said that on my show one time.
So hold on. Let's get to the bottom of this.
Okay.
I'm having trouble finding out, like, and discerning what the issue is between you two. It's really,
I don't know.
Is it just a personality thing? I'm not sure.
I basically just don't like how he shits on people, dude. That's it.
And can you give examples?
He I don't know. From the little things I see, like in my feed from him, he's like, he's just always attacking people with negativity.
So Jack, I saw you nod your head. Jack, you seem to be nodding in agreement. Is that anything you'd like to contribute, or?
Admittedly, that's been my one criticism of Steven, but he's got a dark side that is shared, and that's the negativity that's shown. But there's plenty of positive to be found too.
To be fair, Jack has murderous thoughts, and he calls people nincompoops and fools and clowns and everything else. So, Jack, you're kind of being a bit hypocritical here. You got to admit you do very similar things on your show. You do stir the pot, but when I'm on Jack's show, I try to be the peacemaker, and I try to get people to come together, and that's what I've been doing as co-host. So, I'm not sure if Soul Red Analytics has an issue with that, but
Steven,
I try to mediate.
You have your positive sides. You see, I understand. I respect your level of sight. I do respect that, and I do respect the information.
Here's what I'm going to do. I'm gonna put King Steven and Soul Reed in the back to cool off a bit. I want to focus on David. I want you guys to cool off a little bit. Maybe you can talk in the back, come to some understanding. I don't know. Maybe, Jack. Like sometimes you need to. All right. Here's the thing, Jack. When I was a kid. Once I got in a fight with this kid in the playground, right? And what they did, which I only realized afterwards, is they brought us to the principal's office, but they made us sit next to each other in the principal's office as we waited for the principal for like a long time. And as we sat there, we kind of were like looking at each other, and then we like started talking. We got to know each other, meaning to say, people that come off as enemies, maybe, at first, might be able to find some common ground through time, because in the end, aren't we really all just people? That's my new thing, Jack, is like I have all kinds of people come up here, and my stance regarding the cosmology and the earth and things, and people come up here and they want to debate me. Everybody wants to debate. But in reality, we're really just all here in the same fishbowl together, to figure it all out. We've all been screwed over the same way by these governments, these religions, whatever you want to call it, these powers that shouldn't be. Isn't divide and conquer the best tactic they use to keep us down? So wouldn't it be better to look for commonalities? That's just my thought.
That's why I admire you. That's why you shine brightly. I trust that's true.
Let's talk to David Sanch. Dave, welcome to the show.
What's up, Z? How you doing?
How's it going? What do you got for us tonight?
So did you watch the Nathan Thompson versus Will Duffy debate?
No, I heard it's on my queue to watch. People mentioned it. I saw that it came up. I have a queue. I haven't seen it yet. I heard Nathan came up short. That's all I heard.
Yeah, that's what it seemed like. He was saying though about the affirming the consequent a lot about the sky. So I feel like that's good. Just kind of pushing our position a little bit, but it also seemed kind of like he was just running away as well, because Will Duffy, like his 7 points were all about the sky, kind of like when you brought up that one Jaron show where he had 8 proofs and it was all about the sky.
It's all about the sky. It's all about the 24-hour Antarctic sun. It's all about sigma octans. It's all about the southern polar stars. It's all about this. It's all about the sky. It's completely about the sky. Nothing about demonstrable reality, practical demonstration, applied physics. It's always about the optical sky. They take optics and they reverse engineer a globe and they want us to stick to it, no matter how many times we tell them it's completely impossible. So it's interesting that Nathan came up short in your view. I'll have to review it and see, where I stand on it. But go ahead, please continue.
Yeah, I think it's interesting because when we know from a foundational level that we can't triangulate the luminaries, I think that proves something to us that they're not tangible objects. Because if they were tangible objects, they'd be able to be triangulated, and they can't be. And then we have all the falsifications of the globe where we know it's not a globe because of, like you said, the actual practical demonstrations in the applied physics and the actual measurements, like the laser tests, and like we can see way too far and everything. So, but when it comes to the sky, the globe is predicting what the sky is doing. So a lot of people are just saying, well, hey, the globe predicted it. So they're doing the affirming the consequence, that they're affirming the antecedent, that, hey, the globe said this would happen and it happened. So you know that it must be true. It must be a globe, even though we've already falsified the radius value. But the thing is, since we know that the luminaries can't be triangulated, then what is that telling us? They're not actual tangible objects. So therefore, are we in some sort of simulation where we all render our own sky?
Well, look, it's a fair inference. I released a video for anybody who wants to check it out maybe a week ago now, entitled, "Does a Virtual Reality Explain the Localized Heavens?" And when I had Limitless, aka Ronnie from Awake Souls channel, and he was making that point. Again, I don't really subscribe to models and things that I can't substantiate physically, but it's a fair thought, and it's an interesting question, because it appears as though we have like a rendered world where the way we view the heavens is highly individualized and localized. And as you said, the luminaries cannot be triangulated, no matter what conception you have, no matter what model, they cannot be. So it's an interesting concept. But I want you to stay up because I want to let up another guest, and I have a new theme song. Jack, I'd love when I could test out a new theme song. Go ahead.
Before you bring him up, could I finish? So
good.
The thing that is I've been kind of like theorizing or coming up with is if you're on a certain position on the Earth and we truly are in a simulation, there's a program where if you have your own personal atmospheric dome, you're going to see a certain thing based off your location. And I think that's exactly how it works in like those outer space video games like No Man's Sky, where you can go to all these planets and walk around. And even in those video games, I think the planet they're on, it is a flat ground, but it's programmed as if you're on a sphere. So if you try to south-north circumnavigate, eventually you go so far south that it does bring you back north. So the game has a program that you're on a sphere, but the ground is never curving on the program. So if we're in a simulation, maybe that's what we're living on.
Look, David, I like what you're saying. A lot of people are going to think it's batshit crazy. I do not. I think we live in a spiritual world. I don't write anything off. And the more I learn, the less I know. Jack, the more I learn, the less I know. And I think that's true knowledge, is to really understand that you can't really know anything. And I know that sounds paradoxical, but that's where I'm at. Let me bring up my next guest. This is my most somber theme song, Jack, because my next guest has some interesting qualities to him, Jack. You're going to meet him in a bit, so gird your loins. He's a little, I don't know, let's just say he's interesting. I don't want to say he's creepy, but I'm just saying.
You are amazing.
Blood always finds its level. Welcome to Z Show.
Baruch Hashem, Mr. Z. Thanks for having me.
Back at you. I'm going with your original name, Blood Always Finds Its Level, because I think that's got a little bit more, I don't know, pizzazz and interest than XO. Just saying.
Well, you're Mr. Z and I'm Mr. X, so but whatever you want to use, that's fine.
Right. What do you think about your new theme song? I happen to like it, honestly.
You know, I thought, well, this isn't me. I'll go back to sorting laundry, and of course, it was me. I'm a little impressed actually because it's not insulting. I honestly thank you that you didn't give me some sort of troll intro because of, you know, a lot of people don't like me, but I honestly, it's a compliment. So thank you. So I don't know what else to say.
Well, dude, I mean, your handle is Blood Always Finds Its Level. So there was no other theme song appropriate other than the Blood theme from Dexter. It had to be it.
I got to thank you again for plugging my channel. That I don't think anybody's ever done that, especially recently. But you guys need to pray for Witsit. He's obviously being torn apart. And
okay, so let's go into it
tell?
because you
Go
and I
ahead.
can agree on that. There's something wrong with Witsit. Thus, the title of tonight's stream. The guy's out to lunch. He's gone bye-bye. What's your take on it, man?
It's a conflict of interest, and I think that he's choosing to be the hero. Obviously, there's a spillover from Jaronism because Jaron has now removed his position. So now I hate insulting Witsit because I've known him for years. I'm not trying to insult him, but he's trying to be the hero now. I can't blame him, but he wants to be the savior, which a lot of flat earth channels do, obviously, and they like being heroes, and he's trying to be that hero guy, but he's being ripped apart because you can't be the hero and be about truth at the same time. You can only pick one.
Okay, so what are you saying? You're saying basically when somebody is about truth, they have to be humble, they have to practice a degree of humility and set their ego aside. Yes. You're making the point I've made about Witsit consistently. He's very arrogant. He's egoic. That's his fatal flaw. And that's literally going to be his undoing. It may already have been his undoing because he could not have maintained the facade and the persona that he created around himself. He was propped up by globe busters when Bob Nodell was alive. Jaron propped him up. He becomes best friends with Jaron. Jaron does a globe flip, leaves him hanging out to dry with this whole Antarctica thing. I think the guy's going through a proverbial dark night of the soul. He's obviously going through some kind of psychological, emotional turmoil. I really think he needs help. part of it's funny, but most of it's not really funny. It's actually a real life problem. I think the guy's going through something, man. And I think you make a good point. He's carrying too much on his shoulders. I think he broke. And what's happening to him is classic burnout. You reach a point where
Yes.
you understand that you cannot possibly bear the burden that you put on yourself. The crown becomes
Yes.
too heavy. Heavy is the head. And then you just drop the whole thing and say, fuck it. That's where I think Witsit is. Go ahead. Floor's yours.
I think you're right on, and I just want to point something out that is normally not a factor in these kind of things for the most part, and I think it's the yes men. When you're surrounded by yes men, they don't want to tell you you're doing something wrong, so he's surrounded by all these basically ether trolls and weirdos that live on the internet that are telling him, "Oh yeah, Witsit, you did great. Well, you're a hero," and he's gonna suck all that in, and he's gonna let that grow, and instead of giving the truth water, he's letting that take water in. And I honestly, I don't want to say it's destroying him, but he's obviously being ripped apart because I've known him for 5 years and he won't contact me. I don't call him. I don't say hi to him. But a few months ago he admitted that I was right. I gave him some space, and instead of talking to me about it, because obviously my position is that the flat Earth is part of the same deception. Instead of talking to me about it, he kind of wanted to take the, well, I want to be popular and liked, instead of all these people that are pissing you guys off like Jaron. I got to give Jaron credit, even though I don't agree with Jaron on anything. At least he admitted he was wrong, and that's kind of something you don't notice a lot. I know that people are going to say that maybe he's a shill and everything. Whatever. It's like you said earlier. This is a spiritual battle. That was the greatest thing you said about this. The most truth I've heard in a long time was this early. You said this is a spiritual. I don't know if you said world, but that's what this is about. The battle doesn't happen in the flesh. We wrestle against principalities in high places. Ephesians 6:12. That's where this is about. This is a spiritual warfare.
Well, let's go to Talcott. Jack, what can you say about humility, and this walk of truth, this walk towards truth? Does one have to be ultimately humble for this? I know you place great emphasis on the Christ figure. Could you imagine if the Christ figure was arrogant and egoic? Isn't the message complete opposite? What are we talking about here?
Hey, I don't know the particular characters, but what you were describing, someone whose fundamentals have changed, one character has changed and transformed. That's a dark night of the soul. And we each experience these things to different levels and different degrees. But in my experience, the solution and goal go together, humbling ourselves to what we do not know. Because what we don't know, it can limit us and it can destroy us. And we were born into a world of deception. So I think I lost track from where you were, but
fair enough. Let's welcome DJ back to the show. Welcome.
Hey Z, hi everybody.
How's it going, DJ? So what do you got for me? Last time you came up, you basically advised me to kind of quit talking about these FE gatekeepers, etc., etc. Now you see me tonight. Witsit is a hot topic on the show. Give us your take.
No, in part, you just what I was going to ask you about was about the modern day debate they had the other day with Nathan and Will Duffy. And I wanted to have your comment about it, but I guess you haven't seen it.
Right. So David asked me about it. I haven't seen it yet. Give us your take on it.
Well, the guy Nathan, in my opinion, made a very poor appearance in the show. But what I want to point out is, as you really look into people when you see them, the guy, to me, this Will Duffy, which was the first time I seen him live in the show, in any show, he really looks possessed. His eyes are possessed. It's incredible. It's like incredible. It's like from any moment you can feel it that is exploding and bringing out all the bad things he has inside. And then he is completely quiet. So either he's a clone, or or that's what it is. And he had like a system, the way he was talking to Nathan. I wish you were there debating the guy. I'm sure that you would have done a much better job than him. But he really like, it freezes my blood the way he was talking to, like, a demonic entity. That's what I think. But regarding that, I had a question for you, because he brought it up with Nathan and he wasn't able to answer. And the same question was given to Witsit in another show time before, and I guess to other people. And I'm ignorant. I consider myself ignorant in the matter, but so forgive me if I ask a maybe stupid question. But the guy was telling him that when he was down there, he saw all the luminaries moving the other way around compared to the northern side, and he wasn't able to give an answer. Not that this is relevant to the flat earth situation, but why can't we have, like a straight answer to this question? Because they always bring it up. This
Well,
is
here's the
one
thing.
thing.
Here's the thing, DJ, because everyone's going to have a different opinion on why. Because as I continually point out, the heavenly bodies can really not be measured. They can't be tested. They can't be repeated. They can't be substantiated. They're merely optical. So this is the thing. So we could all have our theories. I've seen, DJ. I'm going to present. I hope you watch. I'm going to do a show on models soon. Okay, flat Earth models, just to see what's out there. Because we have this model that's created by the Walter Bislin model that Shane St. Pierre, keeps showing, and Stephen Alonso, and so on and so on. But there's other models. There's actually a figure 8 model that's the FE Flat Earth Society goes by. But here's the thing with models. They're only ideas. They're conjecture, okay? Nothing could be substantiated because we can never know what the skies are doing. Because unlike what NASA's telling us and Elon Musk, we can't go to these places and touch them physically. We can't know the distances. We can't know the size. They can only be inferred based off of presupposition. We don't know how far the so-called planets are. We don't know how big they are. So we really don't know what they're doing. Now, why we have a clockwise rotation of the luminaries around what appears to be a South Pole star of sigma octanes, I don't know. I can give you my theory, but again, it can't be substantiated. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask you. Something that is plausible, like, hey, to me, this can be a reason why is that, a reflection from the dome, whatever.
The problem with that, though, is then we're just starting 10 years ago all over again, where we create a new model that gets falsified 10 years later. And Z is trying to have wisdom and not fall into that trap again.
Well said.
Not that is relevant to not the belief, excuse me the word, but to the understanding of the flat earth. Everything that is above is irrelevant, at least to me. But when they come to you and they put the kind of question and there is absolutely no sorts of answer, I think it's wrong. There has to be.
No, go ahead, David.
When I watched it, I had the same feeling. It seemed like someone that is a casual viewer that's just tunes in randomly and isn't in the discussion a lot. They're going to see that, flat earth, there's no answers for all these questions that are coming up that are about the sky. So I'm not even going to look into it. So that's the trap that we need to get people to understand. What Witsit always says is that falsification is independent of replacement. When we've falsified the radius value of the earth, we don't need to replace it with a new model. We've already falsified the globe. It's impossible on its face. We don't need to provide a model.
I understand that, David, but there has to be some sort of answer. A hypothetical answer, But there has to be for me, that's the guy tried to come up with the, I don't remember the name of the guy that reproduced the small model with the dome and the flashlight, and he was showing that if you see it from inside, outside, you see different rotation,
Yeah, I think Nathan could have did a better job trying to convey the idea that, hey, we have Joseph Hanvey. We have Joseph Hanvey. Yeah. So I think he could have tried to convey the idea that, hey, we have Joseph Hanvey who's trying to make a working model of how it can all work. Sure, we don't have it all down yet, but we're just humans and God is almighty. God can find a way because I can't conceptualize of an idea. I'm not going to appeal to my own incredulity and say it's impossible.
Yeah, exactly. And just know the Joe Hanvey model was actually created by a man named Walter Bisland, who was using it to debunk the flat earth. Okay. It was just picked up by the flat earthers, Shane and Joe and others. And it basically has to do with a hemispheric dome of perception and their idea of, how we might visualize the luminaries based on a presupposition that they're circling around a singular North Pole without a quote unquote antipode in the quote unquote South. But again, this is all presumption. This is all speculation because it assumes certain things. And in some ways you can debunk it. And I think it's a trap to even bring up model. So
exactly.
My approach would be very similar to David's, is mention, hey, look, there's models and you could look at this one or that one. But in reality, the optics of the sky can't invalidate the physical world. The heavens cannot be substantiated. They're merely optical. All right. And nothing you could say about the heavens is going to change what the earth is. That being said, let me let up my next guest. I don't want to keep him waiting too long in the back.
I'll be back, Z. Thanks for having me.
Hi, Brenda. Welcome back. Again with the ice. The first thing you do is I hear ice. Brenda, you're doing the ice thing on purpose now at this point. I know you are. It's completely disrespectful.
I was putting my fork. I was putting my fork down.
Oh, that was your fork this time.
Yeah,
so the ice
pasta Alfredo. I have pasta Alfredo. Linguine Alfredo.
Okay. Welcome to the show. I'll try to put that aside.
Yeah, I was watching Mike Toon, MC Toon, and I got bored because he's just doing super chats. So I got bored. I thought I'd check you out. You say dumb things, but that's okay.
That's not nice, Brenda.
It's not?
No, you just said I say dumb things.
You do.
Listen, I thought MC Toon was your buddy and you guys go out to coffee together. What's the deal?
Once, like a year ago. It's not much of a buddy if it's once, is it?
Let me ask you, would you consider MC Toon handsome? What are you laughing at, DJ? What's so funny?
Is Jack Talbot a flat earther?
His name is Talcott, not Talbot.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
Talcott.
Is he a flat earther?
No, he's beyond such things. He's not relegated to this material world. He's a spiritual man.
I don't know who DJ is. I don't know who David Sanchez is. I know who Z is. I don't know the other people here very well.
What's up, Brenda? Good to meet you.
Yeah. Good to meet you. I'm the Glober who calls in.
We don't see you, Brenda.
I'm the Glober. Yeah. I'm the Glober who comes in here and wrecks you every once in a while. You get
wrecked. Me? You talking about me?
Yeah, you. I humiliate you.
That sounds very prideful, Brenda.
I am very prideful.
Is this how you go around in your life?
No, it isn't.
Just here?
Yeah, just here. Well, and other
Brenda,
flat
can I ask you a
places.
question?
Of course you can.
Do you think it's weird in any way that the way that we were raised and the three major proofs that they gave us of the globe all weren't proofs at all?
I don't know what you mean by the way we were raised.
So
I'm older, older than a lot of the people here, so it may have been different for me. I was never given any proofs of the globe. Nobody did that. It was just part of education,
when
right?
you were in school, did they tell you that Christopher Columbus proved the globe because he didn't fall off the earth and he found the Americas?
No, I don't remember that.
For some reason, I was taught that.
Yeah, I don't recall that. I think it was in the media. Yeah. There's a lot of times there's misinformation in the media. I don't remember being told very much about Christopher Columbus. It was at one time people in various institutions said that he thought that what I recall being told is that Christopher Columbus knew that the Earth was a globe, but he underestimated its size. He thought it was smaller, and so he thought that when he landed in the Caribbean, I think, or Florida, or wherever it was,
That it was in India, supposedly,
that he
right?
was in India. Yeah, he made a mistake about the distances. The Earth is much bigger than he thought it was.
So when elementary school teachers were telling me in the 90s that Christopher Columbus proved the sphere because he didn't east-west circumnavigate, but he went west and he didn't fall off the edge of the earth. Why do you think that happened? Why do you think all these elementary school teachers were misinformed, where they went to college, they got bachelor's degrees in education, and then they gave us a false proof of the globe?
I don't know.
Okay, so do you think it's weird? That's one of them. I said three, so that's one of them. The other one,
it's bad pedagogy.
All right, yeah, well, because you seem to come from the perspective that all conspiracy theorists are stupid, but do you understand that if you were raised and you were told falsehoods about one subject and there's multiple falsehoods about it, that you would be a logical person to question the overall topic?
No, I don't think that's logical. I think that people can make mistakes. People made mistakes about how they taught about Edison or other inventors in the past. They develop this false information or mythologies about them that get transmitted, and then over time, those mythologies get corrected. And I don't think that means that I should have conspiracy theories about the sources of information. I think it just means that things get corrected over time. That's what I think it means.
Okay, but do you think that when you're learning something new about a subject, if there's more falsehoods about it than truths about it, that maybe you would question the overall premise? Because that's what it was with the globe. You know, that's why there's so many flat earthers, right?
No, that's not why they're flat
That
earthers.
is why. There's so many of us.
No, it's not.
You tell me why you think there's so many flat earthers.
Because people lack the critical thinking skills to honestly examine their beliefs. Instead, they simply react, and they feel maybe they feel economically or socially isolated by our current society, which has a lot of people who are very successful, and they might feel that they've been left out, and so they have resentment towards institutions. Kind of like starting from Watergate was when we had a lot of disbelief in institutions, right?
So you're just appealing the possibility that, oh, there might be some people out there that are unhappy, so they're going to go into a fringe group to make.
Jack, I was just getting bored.
I fucking love you. Have fun.
And I like everybody. Like, I
Yeah.
like David. It's not David's fault. But Brenda, you come on with this energy. You know, you come on with this energy, Brenda. And it's just like a turd in the punch bowl. It's what I was saying before, Jack. There could be disagreement. People have differing opinions on many topics. but it's this vitriolic attitude that's palpable with certain people. It's like they want the whole world to burn. It's just a certain thing with these people that I don't know, Jack. It's almost like such a toxic energy at this point. It's really difficult to stomach. Your thoughts?
Let me start with admiration, because as another streamer, the way you take control and keep control of what's going on, you do a great job, my friend. I'm paying attention and learning, hopefully. Now, some of the guests, yes, online people get their egos out and they put them on display. And I was actually admiring initially, Z, your ability to communicate with Brenda. Brenda has an energy and a style of communication that's strong and, confident, but you haven't had a way of bringing out, I don't know. You got a way of connecting people with people it's unique and it's strong.
But here's the thing, Jack. With Brenda, I like Brenda, but Brenda doesn't. Brenda doesn't want to let me in. Okay, Brenda has a hard barrier up for whatever reason. So it's one of these things where I can keep knocking my head against that wall, and it's fruitless in many ways. Where I could just accept it and deal with the relationship on the relationship's terms. But it's very frustrating with certain people because I feel like Brenda's missing out.
Yes.
Because Brenda's being what I conjecture is very closed. I think she's missing out with all life has to offer. That's the way I'm looking at it.
That's compassionate. And it kind of swings back to your earlier question regarding some of these names and, the shift. Pride comes before the fall. And it's only in the ego that we find this pride and our arrogance. When we get prideful and arrogant, we show our stupidity because we start ignoring things.
It's such a limited way to live in this world. It really is.
Well, here, I've been given thought recently. If it's true that we live in this realm of consciousness, well, what opposes consciousness? Stupidity, ignorance. So that's like the dark force that's out there we're contending with, the force of lies.
Jack, don't speak about Chuck that way. Chuck in Tennessee. Ignorance and stupidity. I'm just kidding. Just making a joke. But yeah, it's good to be back. Thanks for bringing me back on. I think I have a fan club in the chat, in the audience, which is nice.
Well, it's interesting, King Stephen. You make quite an impression. It seems like everywhere you go, you're an unforgettable character. And your voice is like a golden voice for broadcasting. So here's the thing. There's a thing about, when it comes to being, let's say, a personality in some kind of media situation, you want people to either love you or hate you. The worst thing to be is lukewarm. Look, I could look at the three of us up here, Jack. None of us up here are lukewarm. We're either well regarded or we're like completely dismissed by people. Maybe that's a good thing. I think we're all doing something right. Or we just all could be insane. I don't know. But I tend to look at it with the former. The worst thing to be is to be like forgettable. And I'll tell you, King Stephen, Jack, you are not forgettable.
That's very true. I agree. I don't want to be lukewarm. There are some lukewarm people in the panelverse or the trutherverse, the flat eartherverse.
Yeah. Okay, Bloodflines is XO. Can you change your name to Bloodflines its level? I don't know why you're coming up with XO when your channel name's Bloodflines its level. What's up with that, dude?
Well, that's one of my channels, but my older channel is the XO of the RO. That's the one I've had for 17 years. The Blood Always Finds Its Level was to direct towards revelation, evidence, photography, things like that.
Okay. 3 interesting and diverse topics you just mentioned there. Okay, so I noticed you weren't very fond of Brenda. would you say your religious convictions in some way about your perception of Brenda?
I just think that sometimes you can use certain people for fruit, and sometimes you know that you can't. So I just remove myself when I know that there's not going to be too much more productivity. We'll just put it that way.
Well, let me ask you.
I don't want to take up too much time. Go ahead.
Did the Christ figure not spend his time amongst some of the most, let's say, based and some could even consider reprobate of his time? So wouldn't it be more Christ-like to try to embrace those that you feel are in some way unsavory or debased?
Actually, no. The Bible teaches to dust our feet when they continue to reject us or attack us or try to kill us. So I have to eventually listen to Jesus. That would be my problem is waiting too long. You know, after 7 or 8 years, I finally decided, no, I can't help everybody. I can only help the ones that the Lord
Whoa.
wants me to help, you know. Whoa.
Did Brenda try to kill
Some
you?
people are different.
What happened?
Well, words are very see, if you hate people, that the art of murder is in the heart, you know what I mean? So if people are trying to constantly destroy me, whether it's with their mouth, because what comes out of the mouth defileth us. Anyways, I just wanted to make a point. People keep saying that falsification is independent replacement, but then 5 minutes later they say, oh, we have a new model though. Why do they keep telling us they don't need a model, but then 5 minutes
later
they say,
that
here's
Brenda's
a new
model? Jack, is he saying Brenda's a I missed it. We went from Brenda to models.
Okay, sorry, Z.
He's all over the place.
I was trying to get on a serious just a serious point here that the flat earthers are obviously confused. They're still in the deception. Maybe we should talk later about this.
What do you keep saying this to me about talking later? What do you let me ask you, XO. What do you envision that you and I talking later looks like? Like I in the chat, then you and I jump on the telephone. And what, we make popcorn and watch a fucking movie? What is this talking?
I think you'll be a little bit. I think you'll be a little bit more relaxed, and you won't have to put me in the background every 30 seconds. Is my assumption.
You left the show. Hold on. See, now I got to put you in the back. Don't hold on. See, Jack. This is the thing, Jack and Steven. I brought Brenda up, and he voluntarily left the show. So now he's going to come on in front of my audience and in front of God, the Almighty that he worships. This Yahweh dragon figure that he doesn't know is basically fallen angel demiurge. We can talk about that, XO, if you really want to get into it.
Yeah.
So you come on my show, and then I bring up a transsexual person. You somehow have a problem with that, and then you leave my show, and then you say I kicked you off. How dare you? Explain
Well, he
yourself.
said that Brenda destroyed him with her mouth.
I have no problem. I have no problem with transsexuals.
That sounds
they need
really
Jesus just like everybody else. You know, transsexuals need Jesus just like everybody needs Jesus. That has nothing to do with it. The problem is the heart, like I said. I'm not interested in talking about other people. I mean, I can talk about serious things, but I'm not talking about today necessarily.
Well, I have a question for you, XO.
Right now.
I have a question for you, XO. It's a real serious, legit question.
Okay.
Settle down, calm down. Just let me ask the question. Are you one of those blood over intent guys? Are you one of those blood over intent guys that bleeds on a paper and prays over it?
Sorry. Nope, not interested in that.
What
flat earth thing as well.
I didn't say you're interested. That's a question, but what's your blood? What's the thing with blood then? Why are you focused on the blood?
Well, blood is obviously important in the Bible. It shows sacrifice. It's what God did for us. He died and shed his blood for the remission of sins, for the fact that we need to be cleansed. Does that make it's a biblical thing? It's pretty important, but you have to be interested in the Bible. But yeah, we can talk about the Bible. Yeah, the Lord is mysterious. We can't.
Are you trying to make Z's show into a?
Okay.
Sorry, are you trying to make Z's show into a biblical show? Or are you trying to? What are you here to do? What are you here to achieve?
Well, just like everything, as in reality, wherever I go, I'm going to talk about the Word of God usually because nobody else does. So that's kind of my thing. I talk about the Bible.
The Bible's your thing.
Yes, correct. There you go.
Well, the Mafia, Cosa Nostra, that's their thing. That's their thing, right? The Mafia's. You get what I'm saying? So you're like a biblical mafia kind of guy.
I wouldn't say mafia. No, I'm an Amrami. That's my name in Hebrew. So no, not mafia though. It's not about crime. It's about just speaking the truth, sharing the gospel with others. Flat Earth is part of the same system because they made it about self-worship instead of the Word of God. You know, Flat Earth is not compatible with the Bible, is my claim, and
Well,
that's
are
why
you
all these
saying
Flat
Z?
Earthers don't care about the Bible.
Hold on a second. Are you saying Z's about self-worship? He's worshiping himself by having this show?
I thought he understood the problems in Flat Earth, and that's why he allows me to speak, unlike the normie Flat Earthers. I thought he agreed with me.
Are you accusing him of
I don't
being
just paint a
selfish,
brush.
though? You said
No, I
flat earthers
don't
are
think we were
selfish,
talking about him. I think
self-centered.
we were talking about the clear issues in Flat Earth and why they're suffering right now and why they're in so much pain because they made it about themselves and they're worshiping men. And Z is pointing this out and showing us that, you know, Witsit is having some serious issues and he's breaking down because he's trying to have one foot in the world and one foot in, you know, spiritual, you know, whatever. I'm not, you know, it's not my show, King, but if you want to continue to ask me questions, go ahead.
Well, I have a lot of questions. I'm very curious. Do you think that the God you worship might, in fact, be a demon, like a spiteful, cruel, brutal type of narcissistic, megalomaniac beast? Is that a possibility?
No, absolutely not. No, the Lord is my shepherd. Anything else?
The Lord is your shepherd, but the God that you're
That's right.
worshiping, that created evil, right? Your God created evil. It
He
says so
formed the
in
darkness and
Isaiah.
created light. Yes, he did all these things. Yes.
Good and evil.
He has,
Yes.
yeah. Of course, he does all
So,
these
well,
things
who's the
for the
creator of
glory of
evil?
him.
If it isn't your creator, who's the creator of evil?
Well, I don't know what to tell you, King Stephen, but words have meanings, and that's why I said
Yes,
yes. He
and you
formed the
just said some
darkness
words.
and created light
God created all things, so then that encompasses evil as
for
well,
his
right?
glory.
Your God is the
I mean,
creator
of
of evil.
course.
Yes, well,
Well,
we're getting somewhere
when a
now.
story
You're finally
writer,
being
right? When a
honest and
story
admitting to a few things.
Fine.
Go ahead.
Okay. If I told any lies, just let me know. But yeah, a story writer has to set up a plot. There has to be a bad guy. There's a protagonist, a good guy. There's probably going to be a victim. In order for there to be a story, there has to be something that goes wrong. And that's why we love fiction. We love science fiction. We love horror movies. But when God does it in reality, we go, how dare him? Really
Are you
weird
calling
creatures
the
we are.
Bible fiction? Are you comparing it with fiction? It's the greatest
I just said
story
when
ever
God
told.
does it in
Yeah.
reality. So the Bible's the word
Yes.
of God. It's reality.
But the Bible's known as the greatest story ever told, the greatest story. You
Well,
said that God
the
creates
truth is the
fiction and
greatest
bad
story.
guys and victims. Sorry. You said that
No, I
God
said
creates
men
bad
do.
guys and
You're all over the place. No,
men.
men
Oh,
do.
men
Right.
do?
Men create fiction.
Well,
Yes, men
who
create
created
fiction.
man,
God
though?
creates
God
truth.
created everything, right?
That's right. That's right. God
Anyway,
created
what do
man.
you have
That's right.
against the flat Earth, though? I'm trying to get to the bottom of this.
Well, it's a deception just like any other normie deception. It's part of the same system.
The flat Earth is a normie deception, is what you're saying?
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh,
Yeah. They want you to be a flat
interesting.
earther. Yeah.
All right, hold on. Let me
It's
break
Just like
in
they want you
here.
to be a Republican. Go ahead, Z.
Go ahead, Z.
All right. Here's where I want to try something. XO. The fact that you come on here and you tout yourself as a Christian, but you can't engage in simple discourse with Brenda, I find to be very off-putting in reality. So, what's the deal? So, Brenda's backstage. I'm keeping Brenda backstage, but I'm not going to keep her back there for long. So, you showing yourself in a way where you can't even communicate with somebody who you find to be abominable and in many ways, I don't know, unsavory, really does not speak well of your religion and your conviction in that religion. So I don't
I'm a
understand
terrible
this.
sinner, Z. I'm not a good person. I never claimed to be a good person, Z. I'm a terrible sinner. I might be the worst sinner here, but when I try to speak, I try to make it about the truth. And I don't think Brenda wants me to speak to me. Do you want to speak to me, Brenda? We can have a chat if you'd like, Brenda. I have no problem with that. I would allow Brenda to make that decision, and if they want to, that's fine. We can talk about the Bible or morality.
Brenda, are you there? Did you hear him? Brenda? We can't hear you if you're speaking,
If Brenda has
Brenda.
any, I'm sorry.
Hello. What's
All right,
up?
Brenda. Welcome back to the show. So I don't know how much you heard of the last 5 minutes, but I was trying to talk to the XO here regarding his religious convictions, but also his incredible disdain for you, giving your sexual giving your gender identity.
Okay.
I'm asking, wouldn't somebody who holds the Christian ideal be able to engage with people who he finds maybe, I don't know, less than desirable? He doesn't seem to want to engage with you, and I find that
Well, you don't have to
very
force him. See, you don't have to force him.
well. Look, we all have free will here. I'm not forcing anybody to come up on this
Okay.
stage. We're all here of our own volition, right? So, I just want to know from your perspective, what is your experience with people who espouse themselves to be devout Christians, but yet show behaviors that are anything other than forgiving, loving, and compassionate? Go ahead.
It just feels to me like that's hypocritical. God made me the way I am. Right? So if you believe God has a plan for people, this is part of the plan.
Yeah,
But
I
I
think
don't
God
believe
can
that.
use you. Yeah.
Yeah. So
Right. So this, I
don't-
just
it's-
didn't think you wanted to talk to me, Brenda. I just don't want to get in your way. I don't think that we agree on a lot of things, but we can have a conversation.
Sure.
I don't really think that I was trying to come off as any sort of hater. I definitely don't hate anybody. In fact, without the haters, I would be without a job. So I actually love my haters as well. Go ahead.
So Z is trying to get his people in his orbit together. It doesn't matter to me. I talk to lots of people all the time, and I don't know what you're wanting. The reason I come here is because it exercises my mind to figure out the ways in which flat earthers get things wrong, right? And so I fantasize about the ways that I could correct them, but that doesn't always plan out. I get removed from streams and stuff like that. But it's good enough for me to
Right.
figure out what the mistakes are that are being made, and then for entertainment, I go to places like right now. MC Toon has a stream, which is mostly just him relaxing with other globe earthers, and they're just clowning around, and that's nice and relaxing, right?
But you
I'm
know
not trying
why,
to figure
Brenda?
anything
Because
out.
it's easy
I
to
saw
clown.
Darren on
Hold
there.
on.
Yeah.
Oh, so
What?
Jaron on there. See, it's easy to clown around when you just go along with the system, when you just accept and swallow it's being shoved down our throats as we're being led into complete tyranny, as all of our rights, freedoms, and all our liberties are being completely wiped away. It's easy just to have fun and games and laugh as Rome burns, okay? And just have a
No, I'm
good
not
old
happy.
time. Right,
I'm not
exactly.
happy.
As
I'm
people of
not happy
truth and
about the
people of
political.
consciousness, I'm not talking about the
See?
political. See, you think I'm talking about politics. That's
Yes,
not
I
it.
do think I
You're completely
sure
comfortable
sounded
with
like it to
going
me,
along with
dude.
the census. You have no issues with just following orders, obviously. We know what you did with 2020, and down the line, you're obviously way into
Huh?
their
What are you
so-called
talking
science,
about?
Brenda. So I can go on and on about it. It's
Yeah, but
real easy when you
you're
just go along because
so triggered.
compliance with the beast system is rewarded.
There's no beast system. It's just people with free will doing shitty things. That's it.
It's the world.
Right.
The Bible
It's
talks about the
people.
world is what I think he's
Yeah,
talking
but
about.
it's people with free will who, in the Christian
Okay,
paradigm,
Brenda, hold on.
are
Brenda, where does free will
this.
come from? Does free will come from accidents of the universe, random particles banging into each other over billions of years when we all apparently evolved from palm scum? Do you get free will in that scenario? Because I surely do not.
I'm a compatibilist, so I believe that free will is compatible with determinism. So I think that you act in free will when you can choose this thing over that thing.
That
And I
makes no
think
sense, Brenda. I'm asking
I
you if
know,
free
I
will
know.
exists in the abstract.
It's simply the ability to choose one
No,
thing
because
over
you
another.
believe nothing exists in the abstract. That's your problem. You're relegated to this materialistic world, this world of decay, this world of death, this world that feeds off of life in some weird
Kind
sick
of a drama
cycle.
queen.
Hell realm. Yes.
Kind of a drama queen. See, it's not that bad.
Oh, it's not that bad, Brenda. Yeah,
For
it's
you
not
at
that
the
bad for
moment,
you.
right?
I got to put you on ice, Brenda. I got to put you on ice. I'm sorry. God, somebody take the floor. Floor's open.
Well, this life is not that bad for Brenda at the moment, but she's not looking outside of her bubble at the suffering of others in this realm that we're in. There's a lot of suffering. There's a lot being destroyed by lies, poverty, hungry children, starving people. There's a lot going on in this place. There's regimes that have oppressed people. North Korea, for example. There's a lot of this going on where people say we have freedom. Well, look around. Like, how far are you looking? You're looking past your doorstep. She's got to broaden her view and look at the big picture. That's what I encourage for Brenda. And for the
I
guy that, what's his
agree.
name, EXO, I think he should look beyond just the Bible. He's kind of stuck on just focusing on the Bible. You should look a little bit bigger if you can, EXO.
Exactly.
Well, I mean, we know
All right,
them by their fruit.
hold on, King Steven. You said good stuff. Come talk to me again. I got to get to some other people. Much love. XO, back to you. You said some good stuff tonight, okay? You said the stuff about Witsit. I agreed with you. He's obviously in some state of distress, whatever's going on with him. Look,
Big
your
trouble.
religion's your journey. I'm not going to shit on your religion. I just would wonder where the compassion is when you claim to be a Christian. That's it. All right, come talk to me again. Much love. Baruch Hashem. Jack, pleasure as always, my friend. Thanks for hanging out here. I want to get to some other people in the back. Your journey, Jack, we've watched you, many of us, over the years now. And what a long and winding road it's been. Why don't you give us a little insight into your future plans, if there is any? Jack, plans sometimes, you know what they say about, the most well-laid plans of mice and men and how they can go astray. Lately, Jack, I just want to walk in the spirit, really. And I feel as though if we let the spirit guide us and we let God's will be done, what do we have to worry about? And then we could truly, as your moniker says, live without fear. Go ahead, final thoughts, and I have some people I want to get to.
Hey, brother, those are the conclusions I came to. It is a spiritual experience beyond the flesh and blood is the spirit, the emotions, and the intelligence, and free will. We're free. We're given the day, and we have the free will to choose. But how far we allow our mind to wander, to explore different options and choices, that's karmically up to each of us. We limit our own minds, limit our own choices. And I see a lot of people doing that to each other. But Z, what I see in the future online, growth. There's growth and improvement that's happening. We are a part of this influence of the growth and in the improvement, sticking to the truth, knowing that's where the value is. And it's been an honor, Z. Thank you for sharing time and your platform with me.
Blessings to you, Jack. It's been an honor, and the pleasure is all mine as always. Much love. Go check him out at Jack Talcott on YouTube. You will not be disappointed. Much love, Jack. Let me let up my next guest. My next guest, I've actually watched his channel for quite some time. He does active, let's say, on the street work. Okay, call it some kind of I don't know, man on the street. I don't know how to put it. Many of you might know my next guest. He's been around this community for a long time. I'm interested to hear his take on the current situation with all these so-called prominent flat earthers. I call them flat earth gatekeepers, and their recent globe flips from Jaron to apparently Patricia Steer. Now, I haven't confirmed that, to one Robbie Davidson, obviously Mellow Globe, and I'm sure there's going to be others. And let me let him up without any further ado. Some of you may know. Say hi to him in the chat if you know. Joshua from Authentic Intent. Welcome to Z Show.
What's good, man? It's an honor. I've been watching your stuff also for quite a long time. I really appreciate you covering probably the most controversial topic that nobody wants to talk about. Yeah, man. It's really a pleasure to be here. And thanks a lot. Love your platform, man. It's been really good to see you like talking along, man. I mean, I remember those days, man, like 2017 to before 2020, man. Like, man, and now like where you're at, like who what you're talking about, who you're bringing on, like, man, I was talking to a lot of these people back in like when Google Hangouts was going on, and like they let us talk to each other. You could chat with people in YouTube, um, like send messages to each other. They don't even let you send private messages anymore on YouTube. They don't let you do Google Hangouts anymore because of what we were doing before 2020. You
Look,
know,
there's been a lot of
so like so.
So there's a little delay, but let me ask you, okay? Yeah, there's been a lot of changes. You've seen this from the beginning. Interestingly enough, Joshua, the first time I came upon you, you met up with Austin Witsit as he was doing his Around America tour. I don't know if he was in your neck of the woods. You guys are doing activism. That's when I first came across you. I went through your content. I found it very interesting to say the least. I know you do a lot of activism. I don't know how much you do it now. You're quite passionate about this topic. Where are you now with this flat earth topic? Do you still have the same passion? What is it like for you to see these current, let's call them gatekeepers, and their current stance regarding, the cosmology? You've seen it all the way through, as you mentioned. You've almost seen things come full circle. Give us some insight into your mindset. I'd like to know.
Yeah, 10 years ago is a long time. Like I was in Thailand 10 years ago. Um, the synchronicities of my life being some glober, kind of like just, hey, yeah, I want to do some ministry out in Thailand and like share the gospel and hang out there for 8 months. And I got cystic fibrosis, right? So my doctors thought I was crazy to go to a third world country and bring all my medical equipment with me for 8 months. 2 or 3 months, yeah, sure, like I could bring enough medication. But I was there for 8 months. 10 years ago, right now. I didn't experience much of a Minnesota. I'm from Minnesota too. So I know you got a lot of Minnesota people that come on here a lot. But 10 years ago, I'm in Thailand. I come back, and then later that year, I start looking into stuff because I'm always into conspiracies. I started listening to Russian vids around that time, around 2015, late 2015. And then snowball, happenstance, whatever, I see Flat Earth about Eric Dubay, 200 proofs. And that's what got me hooked. And then I've come to find out that he lives in Thailand. And I could have, probably not, but, depending upon how things are, they're cheap there. You can get around really well. I thought I, maybe could have met up with Eric Dubay. I'm flat, he's flat, but I was there. So I don't know if that carried something with me. But the passion that I had, finding out that I was lied to about where I live, and I live on, some globe and outer space, and all the stories and propaganda and everything, like being lied to does a lot to you. Like being told one thing and then coming to find out later that that's not true, that, could make your life for the better, or it can make your life for the worst. I know a lot of people out there probably regret ever coming across Flat Earth. Probably because of me, because I was out, here in Minneapolis talking about Flat Earth, to strangers. And the passion that I had then, now seeing how it went from me speaking in some of those conferences that we had in Denver and in Dallas and, South Kakalaki. Like, we were moving all over the place during COVID. And so when when I was able to help inspire or help, bring along the idea of like, hey, it's comfortable to talk about this because this is the truth. This is where we live. So we got to somehow bring it up to people. And I thought that the way that I went about it here in Minneapolis, I thought that was kind of the way to go about it, and I had a lot of fun doing it for those 3 years. And I'm really happy that people who are still in it know why they're still in it. And the people who aren't in it anymore, like, they played their role. I don't know why people are so upset about the people that we experienced over the last 10 years. And this might be controversial, I'm not sure, probably. But it's like, these people are just like passerbys in your life. Like, you're the main character. I'm a co-host or a co-person in your life. Just like everybody in the chat or everybody that I've ever met is that to me. Like, I'm the runner of my own reality, and everybody else around me is just part of the show I'm running. And we all just happen to be part of the same collective that's doing that all together. And they want to control that by telling us where we come from. And so I thought it was like the most important thing to ever talk about, to ever bring up. Obviously Christians will say, well, you should be talking about Jesus and you should be sharing more of the Bible when you talk about flat earth. I'm like, well, for me, it was the science part. Water when contained lays level and flat when at rest. Like, it was the observations that I had to see for myself. I had to test those on my own. I had to trust that. And I had to just go through this process on my own. And it's really just about us presenting that information to somebody, and then they go about it on their own time. Let's even just say that you just share it to a mannequin. Like, why would you share it to a mannequin? They're not going to hear you anyways. But it's like, this place sees what you're doing. Like, it convicts you of what you're doing and what you're thinking and then what you're saying all the time. So like, I felt like I knew about flat earth after hearing about Dubé, sitting on it for a year, and then finally in 2017 Earth Day, I went out to St. Paul here at my state capitol building, and I talked about flat earth during their science fair. And I was like, I thought that was the best way for me, Joshua, like Authentic Intent, the character, that was on YouTube for those 3 years, was going to do. Like, he was going to go out to the Science Museum of Minnesota, talk about flat earth, put it on camera, show other people online what it's like to hear somebody who talks about flat earth. And then through that, I got invited to be on Patricia Steer's show. She's like, hey, Josh, I'm doing this like expose of other flat earthers in the community. And I was introduced to your stuff, thought it was pretty unique. It's interesting to see, you go out and talk to strangers about flat earth, and, I'd like to have you come on my show. And this was like when I was a year into it or whatever. And so it's like, yeah, like, why not, And so I don't know. I can speak plainly. Like, if we want to speak plainly, I don't know what she's done or what she's a part of. Like, I didn't look her up. I didn't go, Patricia Steer, Texas. Who is she? La, 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 la. And like, I'm going into Google Hangouts and I'm like, Patricia's being thrown under the bus for, right, being a guy. Okay? So, like, this was the drama that we were dealing with, back in 2017, 2018. Patricia Steer, she's got all these people. Oh, and then all the people go in Google Hangouts, and then you got this like little lunchroom table, basically, of people talking about stuff. And they're like, oh, don't listen to Patricia, because that's a guy. So, like, he doesn't know who he is. So why should we have to, why have all these flat earthers who don't know who they are and where they live? Like, so it's just like these two realities colliding, right? You got the trans community over here colliding with the flat earthers. And it's like, the world is like, we'll take the trans people because these flat earthers are crazy, right? Like, it'll always be somebody else other than flat earthers, And so, like, I didn't know anything about her. So I went on her show, did like the hour-long stream or whatever, and okay, and then kind of went from there. Like, I didn't communicate with her privately. I didn't like try to get into any kind of drama with her or find out like, oh, are you an agent or are you like, controlled opposition, or like, are you doing this, for me, right? Because everybody believes that everything is revolves around them. So it's like, are we? Because I want to talk about flat Earth. Is this because now you made a show, so then you could just have me on your show, but you have 5 other people who are just doing videos on YouTube or sharing memes or whatever? Like, this guy's actually going out and talking about flat Earth face to face with people on a regular basis. It was like literally my part-time job for those 3 years.
Right. I'm sure that made you, of interest to certain people because you're out on the street doing activism. I want to ask you something, Josh. There's a bunch of people in my chat, and they're making claims and allegations regarding you. I don't know if you're looking at the chat. Is this something you want to address? Because there seems to be a number of things flying.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I've been through it. Eventually the time would come. Anything that you want to, I'm not reading the chat, so anything that you want to ask me, are you aware of the allegations that they're making?
Well, I'm aware of them now because they're in the chat, and
Yeah,
I believe I have somebody, one of my friends wants to come up. I believe he wants to talk to you about an interview you did with Karen B. I have him backstage, but I don't want you to feel
sure.
sandbagged, but I want this to be an open platform because we're about truth and things, and my
Yeah,
audience is making a lot of allegations against you. And if it's something that, I just wanted to at least let you know that that's happening and maybe give you a chance to address some of those things, because I feel like people should always be able to address their accusers. Is that something
of
you're interested
course.
in?
Yeah, totally. Yeah.
Nachiketa, welcome to the show.
What's up, Z? Good to see you. Authentic Intent. My name is
Yeah,
Nachiketa. Good to hear from you. It's been a very long time since I've heard you at all online, and obviously people have their perspectives on their interview, and like I've heard about, I've listened to this interview with you and Karen B that came out a number of years ago. That doesn't seem to exist any longer, but. Uh, if you don't mind, I apologize, and I don't really mean to try to interrogate or anything like that. So it's just to clear the air as much as possible, really, to try to bring some clarity as to what has happened. And I want to bring some clarity to myself because I don't want to, advertise or say things that are inaccurate because I have some, this is how rumor mill type of stuff actually works, right? So. Do you mind just talking a little bit and walking us through a little bit of that experience, perhaps? Maybe that would clear the air a little bit.
yeah, totally. I mean, I share all the details. I don't get into details, but I have so many friends that I talk to on a regular basis. I have a few really good friends that I talk to, and they know all about it. It's like a relationship, like when you get into a relationship, there's certain things that you share with someone at a certain point of the relationship. And it's certainly not the first or second date. For me, cystic fibrosis is one of those topics that if I'm going to go on a date with somebody and they don't know anything about me, I'm probably not going to talk about my CF and how I can't have children in a natural way. So if you're looking for a husband and we start a family right away, that's not going to be something that we're going to be able to start right away. So sharing things with people is, for me, a sensitive subject when it comes to this particular topic, especially with all the stuff that's going along with the conspiracy theories and the memes and whatnot. So yeah, I totally get that this is a particular subject, but this particular situation is such a niche. Like, it's so rare and can be so hard to comprehend that, yeah, I mean, I do have friends, and there are people that I've, tried to live with, that like, hey, you got a room to rent. Yeah, well, before I move in, I just want to let you know that this is my situation, with Minnesota, with the state of Minnesota, right? So like when I move in with somebody, I let them know that, this is my particular situation, and I tell them the story. And then it's up to them to determine whether or not they want me to rent a room from them. And so this particular topic is difficult for sure. So like, what is it that, I guess, from that, like, what is it that, like, do you want to like ask me questions about it, or do you want me just to
Yeah,
tell
maybe
you
that
the
would be the better
story?
direction to go. Yeah, like the
I
better
could tell you
direction
the
probably.
story or how it went, but
Right.
that's up to you.
I think maybe the more poignant way to go. And look, I don't want to scare you off, and I don't want to make you feel
No, man, you're not
uncomfortable.
gonna
But
scare me off. Like,
okay,
no,
so like most people, I
because
think a
people
lot
are
of
gonna
people
judge
would
me
like want to
regardless.
know. A lot of people would like to know, like, how old were you at that time, and how old was the girl at that time? I think that would be probably one of the questions that people would be interested in knowing, and how it might have occurred, and how it had ended. Because that interview with Karen B, from what I remember, was kind of like there was a little bit of a shifting of blame, and I don't have access to that video anymore, so it's just from my memory that I'm speaking about, that went towards the mother of that girl as well. But maybe you like to speak your side of the story.
Yeah, totally. I think at the time I was 36, because I turned 36 that May, and we spent a birthday together. And through through the process of me searching for a relationship at the time in 2016, like, whether people want to believe it or not, that's totally up to them, and they can judge me for what it is. Like, so it is what it is. But I had never had an actual like relationship with a black girl before. And so I started searching on, I guess, I don't know, low hanging fruit, if you want to call it. Like, I went on to, dating apps, and I was trying to search out a relationship and see where it went. Uh, with me having cystic fibrosis and not being able to get girls pregnant, like, there were times in my life where I went through periods that it didn't really matter who I started a relationship with and where it went and how far it went, because I always knew that they would end up ending the relationship because I can't get them pregnant. The only way to the only way to get them pregnant would be through artificial insemination. And so I knew that I was in the clear to be able to have any type of a relationship that I wanted to, and do whatever, wouldn't have to worry about getting her pregnant. And so I started searching for a relationship, and I met one black girl. She was pretty heavy set. We had, similar interests, but she had kind of a weird thing about me being into conspiracies. She didn't think that, conspiracy theories were anything to really think about. And so it didn't really last long. And then one relationship that I had that kind of started was when I was working at a restaurant, and she was a black girl. Um, we started talking in a way at work, and then went out to a work party or whatever. I took her home, and nothing happened. She was a black girl, so nothing happened with her. Didn't start a relationship with her. And I kind of look at it back now, then hindsight, that's interesting how I didn't, because I thought she was pretty cute. Um, we worked in the restaurant business. I've had restaurant girlfriends before. I'm getting somewhere with this, but um, nothing ended up hitting off. And so we ended up just not talking. So these two black girls like come across my path, and I never ended up having a relationship with them. So, scrolling through these dating apps, and I end up seeing this one girl whose profile picture that I screenshotted was this 19-year-old black girl who lives up in St. Cloud, Minnesota. And so I scroll through her profile and I see that she has a Snapchat. So I get her Snapchat and then we start Snapchatting. And through the first, I don't know, probably like week or two or so, like I'm like, hey, you know, like you're 45 minutes away, so why don't I just drive up there and we can hang out? So, you know, a couple times during that process, we end up, you know, hanging out, come back to my house, and then we take her back home. In a profile, it says she was going to college. She was going to St. Cloud. And so I ended up hanging out with her those few times, and then take her on my birthday in May of what was that, 2016. We end up going out to lunch for my birthday, and this was probably like 6 weeks into our relationship, and end up bringing her back to my house, and I start doing my vest treatment, which is I put on this vest treatment, and she kind of like stood back a little bit, like she curled up into a ball on the couch, and kind of like when I started doing that, because I do my vest treatment for my CF in front of women so that I can show them part of my lifestyle, you know, and make sure that they understand, like they get into a relationship with me, that what that entails. And from that, you know, she kind of became reserved, and we end up driving her back home. And the next night, that night, she didn't really talk to me, and then the next day, she didn't talk to me. So I ended up sending her flowers to try to break her out of her shell or whatever. And so I ended up sending her flowers. And then later that day, when she gets them, her mom calls me. Her mom calls the flower company, and then the flower company calls me and says, why are you sending me my 14-year-old daughter flowers? And so that's when I found out that she's 14 years old.
Wow. 14?
Yeah.
Wow. And but I apologize, but like I mean, obviously 19 is a legal age, but being a 36-year-old, uh, you know, courting a 19-year-old might be considered a little bit, even if that was the case. Let's just say that just seemed a little bit, um, you know, a little bit young. But look, so I mean, like what happened, obviously, and it's not whatever, but like I'm not here to judge or anything, but like where are you now with all this? Like you know, how do you and Z, of course, you jump in whenever. I don't want to kill the show. I have a lot of questions, you
No,
know.
well, I was going to say, I mean, you know, people think the age of consent is 18, but in many states in the United States, it is 16. But certainly 14 is not anywhere near the legal age of consent in any state, I believe. So here's what I'll say, Josh. First off, have you been criminally prosecuted for this? Is this public knowledge, or is this something that you choose to share with people?
Oh yeah, it's public knowledge, and you know, like what was kind of interesting, but it was also just like it was probably the best 3 years of my entire life doing flat Earth activism for that time. And then COVID happened. I know COVID happened because of flat Earth. I know I had a significant part to play in the flat Earth movement. For the 3 years, I was charged the whole 3 years that I was doing flat Earth activism. I hadn't, when you see those videos of me going to the state fair, like I went to the state fair, what were you doing for flat Earth? Not you too, but just in the chat. What were you doing for flat Earth? Like, this girl had been charged twice for lying about her age in Chicago previously to her third
Hold
charge
on,
of lying
let me
about
ask
her
you.
age.
So to my knowledge, I don't know if there's a crime to lying about one's age, especially if somebody's 14. Maybe I'm missing something, but I'm not saying, that she did or didn't lie. But what I'm questioning is this allegation that she was charged for lying, because I can't imagine what crime that would be.
No, I mean it's at the time it was called a what's it called? Rape shield law. So at the time, her two previous engagements, by getting two other guys in Chicago to the situation that I had, she had to leave the state because of it. And so her I don't even know from what Notch had said was, where I'm at right now is like, I saw it as they're purposefully putting people who are underage onto dating websites that you would like. I thought you had to like age verify and go through processes that you would have to go through to get some kind of an age
All right, Josh, hold
verification.
on. So, I don't want to come down on you, but, in the
And
interest of
so,
fairness, hold on, man, hold on. And there might be a delay. In the interest of fairness, really, it would the responsibility would be on you engaging in that experience. It wouldn't be on some dating platform or otherwise. Now, you may have had a lapse of judgment, but I'm not really sure that trying to absolve yourself of responsibility is the best course of action moving forward. Let me ask you though, now that this is out in the flat earth community, okay, it seems like everywhere because when you came up here, my chat lit up. So this must be common knowledge amongst the community. Do you feel as though you're somewhat of a pariah now? Has that affected how you behave? What is it like for somebody in your situation? Because many of my audience just wants me to cut you and feels though I should not sit here and engage in a conversation with you. Now, that's their opinion. My thought is that there's a legal system to handle these things. Now, I could act in certain ways, but I'm not exactly sure if I should, shut your voice off and not give you a chance to speak. I'm very thankful to Nachiketa for coming up here and bringing this up. I was not aware of these things previous to you coming up here, but you were very candid about it. But let me ask you, how does this affect you now? Because now, when you speak about this topic, this seems like it's something that's always going to follow you. What is your plan moving forward? How have you dealt with this? And after you answer that, if you're willing, I want to ask you a few more questions regarding this incident.
yeah, for sure. Yeah, I mean, coincidentally enough, not coincidentally enough, I started doing activism about what we were experiencing in 2020, and YouTube ended up taking my channel down, which in hindsight, I should have made a separate YouTube channel just for that and kept my authentic intent channel active, because I had over 6,000 subscribers or whatever that means on that. I was actually collecting ad revenue of like $100 every month. And so you putting that stuff on that same channel kind of throttled my exposure. And so when I made a new channel to start with my videos and everything, all this stuff had already come out, so it's not like, people are able to, look at what I did for Flat Earth, look at me as a person or anything like that. They want to flame me because of one particular mistake that I made, that I was never given an opportunity to find out whether or not she's 19 or not. When somebody tells you that they're a certain age and you're not going to ask them for their ID, like, what are you supposed to do? So it just helped make me more aware of like who my friends are or who I talk to, and what I share. And so, yeah, I mean, uh, it's not, it's challenging, sure, because like sometimes I think of the way that things were going back in that period of time before 2020. I could be exactly where Witsit is, or I could be exactly where David Weiss is, because I'd have a clean record. Like nobody would know anything about me because I didn't have anything. You know, I wouldn't have this one time that I uh, basically got catfished because somebody lied. Some girl who literally looks 19 and has a face and body like she's 19, and she's black too. So she's got a figure that 90% of the
Hold
women
on,
that
let
we
me
see
ask you.
nowadays
Hold on, Josh. Just for my own
aren't going to
edification.
see. So
Just hold on, Josh. Just for my own curiosity. What's the thing with what's the issue with the black thing? Like, how does that play into the story? Like, why does that matter? Maybe I'm missing something. Are you saying like that black
no,
people mature quicker in some way and they look older when they're
yeah,
younger?
sometimes I think in some situations, and I think that this particular group used her age as a weapon to put herself out on social media platforms and act a certain way to then draw guys. I mean, whether people want to admit it or not, and women, you know, sorry, not sorry, but like if a 36-year-old guy has a 19-year-old girl approach him and is interested in him and pursues him, there's not a lot of 36-year-old guys that are going to be like, hey, you know what? You're too young. Like, that's the age. 19 is age of consent, and there's a lot of guys in the chat that are just as much hypocrites because they go on the internet and look at that type of stuff. You know, and so it's like when fantasy or like this idea of like, you know, wanting to pursue a particular race or skin color, then you can get caught up in certain ideas. Like if you're not looking for what, you know, God would want you to have, like a woman who, you know, helps raise your children, has those motherly instincts and isn't just about YOLO, then yeah, I mean, you can put yourself in a particular situation like I did, and then it can snowball, you know?
All right, Josh, fair enough. Listen, I'm going to take you off the hot seat, okay? I'm going to take you
Yeah,
off
it's
the
no
hot
hot
seat.
seat. No, to be
Yeah.
honest with you, you can ask me whatever you want, you know, but my particular, the way that I see flat earth right now is a lot of people were giving me a lot of respect, you know, like you hear the term like flat smacked in the community. Flat smack
Right.
terminology
But
came
here,
from my
hold on,
live
Josh.
streams, you know?
Hold on. I don't want to interrupt you, but here's the thing.
So
I'm not sure it's going to be hard to get past this. It's going to be hard to get past your past. I'm sensing that you have some degree of, let's say, frustration or animosity that this incident is holding you back from, let's say, being more recognized for your contribution to the flat earth. But I'm not sure that maybe should be your primary concern, because this is something that's probably going to haunt you. This is something that you probably are going to need to in some way atone for, not just the society, but within yourself. If I'm to be completely frank, it seems as though you are doing a little bit of escaping accountability for this. Meaning to say, I tend to be a very fair minded person. If I heard you say things like, look, I take full accountability for this, this was a mistake, a lot of what I think I heard from you was a little bit of passing the buck on to this woman. I get that women do this, but at the same time, the responsibility was yours. And that's kind of the way I'm looking at it. All right. So I'm going to let you go. I want to let other people come talk about this, because at this point, I don't think I'm doing you or really anybody any favors by, you know, letting this continue. Notch, go ahead.
Yeah, let me just say one thing. I really wish you well, Joshua, and thank you very much for verifying that information. Obviously, I don't agree that any 36-year-old should be engaged in any kind of a relationship with a 14-year-old for sure, and probably not a 19-year-old. But that being said, it's irrelevant. What's relevant now is that, in my humble opinion, just as what Z had said, that you must take full responsibility, and then you have to present yourself in a way. Yes, I did this. This was a mistake. When I look back, and we have to, you have to look back at yourself and say, hey, look, what are all the reasons as to that brought me there? Yes, you wanted to believe for whatever reason, and that makes sense to you, but right now you have to deal with the aftermath of it, and a lot of people are going to be very upset if you continue this route of kind of blame shifting a little bit, and you have to take responsibility and take full accountability. And once you do so, it's going to take some time, probably years, before you come to a little bit of like acceptance of that. And then once that is done, once that is alchemized, in my opinion, then I think you're ready to kind of like let that be. It is what it is. You're a human being. We all make mistakes, but some it's going to be difficult to walk away from, and maybe we have to face it for the rest of our lives. That's all I have to say about that. Thanks, Z.
All right, much love, everybody. Blessings all around. You still there, Notch?
Yeah.
Let's give people an opportunity to come up and lend their voice. Links in the chat. Let's give people a little bit of time to come talk about it. The chat lit up right away, Notch.
Yeah,
And,
well, I'm not surprised.
I didn't want to just take people's allegations unsubstantiated, but he was very clear on what happened. But again, I think he was lacking accountability, if I'm to be completely frank. And that's the part to me that kind of, I don't know, leaves a lot to be desired, is that part of it. Now, we all could make mistakes in life. And in the end, none of us are anybody's judge. But that being said, we have to use our discernment. And, he's going to have to deal with this likely for the rest of his life. I also did sense that he feels a bit of animosity that this kind of kept him back in this community, which I kind of think is missing the point. Meaning to say that should be secondary and ancillary, really. We all have to sit up here if we're going to place ourselves in a public forum and be accountable to whatever may come and kind of face the firing squad in certain ways. And if I'm to be frank, I thought there was victim blaming going on there.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree with you. I mean, this is obviously very serious, and like if I imagine myself to be the parents of that child, I would be very livid. I mean, like I'm already kind of livid for imagining any child having to have that kind of a relationship. And of course, there were other details that we didn't really go into that was also quite serious as well. As far as like videotaping, that I think that's in the record as well. But the really another frustrating aspect of all this is the fact that in that interview, which doesn't exist anymore, between Joshua and Karen, there was again a further victim shifting of like blaming the parents, blaming the mother of that child, and basically trying to cover for Joshua, which is very unfortunate. And it's something that Karen's going to have to deal with for the rest of her life as well. That not only Joshua having to deal with what he had done, but having that interview out. And of course, that interview doesn't exist anymore, but it's in the memory of the people who have seen that interview and what they were doing. And just because one is a flat earther or whatever label that you want to put on it, and they are on the same page about this, there's some things that we have to really address, and address very harshly. I don't know how else to say.
Right. And again, I'm not one to accuse people of things without evidence, but he readily admitted this. And I'm not sure if he really has any. This obviously he's not really going to escape this here. I watched the chat light up. Josh, blessings to you, Josh. But, here's the other thing about Josh that a lot of people don't know. He has cystic fibrosis. Josh probably has outlived his lifespan already. And I know you're backstage, Josh, but I don't think bringing you up here is really going to do anybody favors at this point, especially you, if you want to know the truth. But Josh has probably outlived his lifespan. Josh, maybe just take what you've done, the things that you feel that you've done well in this life, the things that you're proud of, and build on those in a way that are going to, like, I don't know, help you have like some positivity in your life. Because you can look up the lifespan of CF, and Josh is, I would guess, and in fact, I know he has exceeded that. So, Josh, maybe this is not the venue for you, this public thing. You're probably never going to escape it, and people are going to, they're going to tar and feather you wherever you go. So, I don't know. Let me let some people up if they want to talk about this.
Yeah.
Creativity, your own Z show. Welcome.
Flurfs are pedophiles.
Is this a weird thing to say? You're just going to make a general comment? Flurfs are pedophiles? So how can you prove that? Because a flurf, in your opinion, happens to be a convicted or at least charged pedophile, or you're just going to make the sweeping generalization that flurfs are pedophiles? Good on you. Do you have anything else to say that's like relevant and intelligent? Are you there? Hello?
Is this snafu? Sounds like snafu.
No.
Yeah, I
Anybody
mean,
else?
I apologize because obviously you guys were talking about something else, and when I saw him on there, I'm like, holy shit, I haven't seen this guy at all anywhere for years, and obviously he felt comfortable enough to be on panel with you, and but like you said, that this is something that he cannot escape, and we have to get it from the horse's mouth, and we got everything we needed from him. But look, I really, from the bottom of my heart, Joshua, I really wish you well. But like again, you have to live with the fact that people are aware of this information, and you have to do what you need to do to get better psychologically, emotionally, physically. So you know, that's all I can say about that.
Yeah, man. It's kind of and I thought the black thing was weird, Najiketa, like the
Yeah.
black thing. But then I finally got down to what he was saying. Like then I finally got what he was trying to communicate, is that somehow there's like I don't know, like a more maturity at a younger age or something. Like I think that's what he was trying to communicate. But I thought that was a little odd, more than a little odd.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm not sure.
yeah, I'm trying to see it in a more, how would I say, like kind of like for example, like if I don't know why he was mentioning about like the low hanging fruit per se, like, and then like, and saying that like, does it mean like black people are like a low hanging fruit or maybe something else? I mean, we have different races. I'm Asian, clearly, and there are black people and there are all kinds of other people out there. But like, people will look at me and like, oh, he's 46, 47 years old, but he doesn't look 46 or 47. There are people who, they're going to look different for different people, but that's not, to me, an excuse in itself. It's just kind of like, again, if you really wanted to know, that's the difference. It's like you wanted to believe, I guess. That would be the nice way of putting it. Like trying to go into the mind of the person who is having that experience. Is that you just take everything by face value. We've all done it. We're all guilty of it to a degree, but the aftermath of all that, like, and having to go through that experience and be like, holy shit, it's not what I thought it was, and I can't believe I fucked up this, and it becomes like a statue, without having to go into like all the rest of the words, but like then you have to live with the fact. You have to live with the fact of that consequence, and that's the thing. That's the important thing, that you have to accept fully that responsibility. That's all. You could say all you want about like, I was fooled, I was like, under whatever, but then at the end of the day, you have to take full responsibility.
Yeah, no doubt. Let me ask you about this
Alright.
Witsit thing to get back to the subject at hand.
Yeah. Okay.
I I don't know, you know. Look, I can't, guys. Josh came up. I didn't know anything about Josh's past. A bunch of people made a bunch of allegations in the chat. Turned out they were true. Thankfully, Nachiketa came up here and got to the bottom of it. All right. So I don't know if you've been noticing whatever the heck's going on with Austin. I'm completely dumbfounded by it. I actually put him at a 20% chance to do a globe flip notch, if you want to know the truth at this point. I said earlier, a couple weeks ago, I wouldn't have put it there. But I'm just looking into his eyes, man. It's almost looking like he's defeated or given up in some weird way. Look, this is what happens when these people cling to models. They cling to their ideas, their presuppositions. They let their arrogance and their ego get in the way. And I think we end up with the situation we're seeing with the guy. It's incredibly insane. I don't know what's going on. Give us your thoughts on it, man.
Oh man, I've been thinking about this, and I'm not even sure if I really want to reveal all my cards, but like just to give you some, outline of like where my crazy schizophrenic mind goes. Like I hear not I don't hear voices, but like I hear Will Duffy saying things like, well, one or two of your flat earthers going to like turn, and then like less than a week later Jaren completely flips as we expected, but then we didn't expect it to happen like that, where it's like full flip to the globe type of deal. And then I was listening to Will today. He had a panel over at the final experiment, and they're talking about um, how they think that Witsit is going to, maybe go into the globe type of thing. Like guys, this is a psyop. We are in the midst of a psychological operation. Like it has been already giving you the globe and everything. And then whole TFC saying, and the people who are flipping to the globe, like if you understand what's actually happening, and not fall into the rhetoric of like, well, like we do know what the earth is doing by looking at the sky, and they go into all the experiments and stuff like that, and the globe has all the answers and the flat earth has no answers. Like you can go into that if you want, but the reality of the matter is, the big picture is that these people there's some kind of a hold that is on these people. And you know how it works is there's a carrot and then there's a stick. The carrot is very much like reward, right? Like positive reinforcement. But then there's the stick aspect of it. Now, people like maybe I don't know, like people like myself or Z, the stick will never work. What are you gonna bat us with? Like that's the thing. You cannot use the stick on us. Like we don't give a fuck. Bring the worst. What do you got me on? You know what I mean? Like like get it all out there. Expose me for who I am. I'm not afraid of it. So the stick is not going to work, and the reward is not really going to work with people like us either. Like you're going to offer me $1 million, fuck you. Offer me $100 million, fuck you. Still, I don't need it, haven't needed it, and will not need it. Okay, so I think this is the way in which things are happening. Didn't mean to make it into a long rant, but that's kind of how I see it.
Notch, speaking about these shills and what's going on, let's check out Mark Sargent's new show, Strange World, live right now
Mm.
as we're speaking. And look who his
Mm.
new co-host is. So it turns out Patricia Steer did her globe flip. She took her ball. She went home. Sorry, Patricia. Nobody was paying attention with you. To you. You weren't getting what you wanted. Out with the old, in with the new. Now we have Lisbeth sitting here talking to this showbag, Mark Sargent, who doesn't want to address any issues. Mark, did you talk about the fact that Jaren globe flip? Did you talk about the fact that your co-host Patricia now apparently did a globe flip? Are you just going to sit here with that dumb look on your face and that stupid microphone and pretend like none of it happened as you bring on Lisbeth, who looks like a deer in the headlights with this whole thing? What's your deal, Mark? You just going to bring these chicks on one after another and just baffle us with with these broads like we're not supposed to know what's going on with you? Notch, I can't stand these people. I'm so over these fucking people. It's so much. Look at this DJ Curious looking like a moron in the background, doesn't know what's going on. What's Lisbeth going to do? I thought you didn't want to be a star, Lisbeth. I thought you went down there and didn't want anybody talking to you. When you got the golden ticket, you looked like you won the sweepstakes. I don't know, like Ed McMahon was going to come out in that van that apparently never existed when he went to people's houses, whatever that's all about. So now Elizabeth is going to sit here on Mark Sargent, and he ushers in another female co-host. This girl knows nothing. She's completely unqualified for the topic, and people are going to sit here and support this shillbag. Mark, you're a total fucking piece of shit. We remember when you accepted that invitation to Nachiketta's channel, and then, like the shillbag you are, you turned it down because we were coming after Jaren. You said Jaren will never globe flip, and if he did, you'd be the first person to come after him. You said you'd get out the pitchforks and the torches. You didn't do shit, and now you're gonna sit there and go on with your show like nothing happened. You're a total loser, Mark. You're the worst of the worst. You're disgusting. You make my skin crawl.
Yeah, I mean, like, look, I mean, like this. I try to have a conversation with Mark. I try to have a conversation with Lisbeth because I was dude, like I was on Clubhouse for years and I had a house and I actually had Flat Earth and Gangs or whatever, Flat Earth Gangs as one of the rooms on my house. So like you can say I was like one of the guys that actually came up with that, you know. And then I knew Elizabeth. I said, okay, I know two people who's the final contestant for that golden ticket, Lisbeth and Crumb. You know, not that I'm like close with them, but when I heard Lisbeth won, I spent a lot of time over there trying to talk to her and be like, hey, you got to be careful with this shit. I sent her messages and telling her, hey, let's talk about this. I don't care privately or publicly, but you need to know what's coming down the pike. And she didn't want to talk to me at all. And again, I sent an email to Mark asking him, hey, look, like, you know, let's talk about Jaren. He didn't want to talk about Jaren. He refused that interview. And he said, hey, look, you know, we are all flat earthers. And as long as somebody's a flat earther, we're not going to go after them. We're like family. Oh, yeah, except for Z and myself and anybody else's who's like going against, like seeing the narrative for what itself. And then Mark is like, well, we'll be the first one. I'm going to be the first one, you know, going after him with pitchforks and torches. Nothing came of it. I resent him that email with to Patricia and Mark, but guess what? I got no reply. So what the fuck are these guys doing? Nothing. It's a joke. It's a big joke. It makes me depressed. You know, like I look at people around. I just see weak people. You know, in the community and everywhere. That's it. Like bunch of fucking weak ass fucking people. You know.
Notch, look at what we're looking at. Mark Sargent just ushers in the next chick, fills her in on his show. Who's sitting there watching him? Let me see if I can pull up his chat. Let's see if we know anybody in this. This is insane. Hold on. This is nuts. Soul Read Analytics is in there. It says hashtag rollout agents. Good one. Let's see. Commercial sound
I
and
can't believe
video.
Patricia Steer is a fucking Globie. How? When? What the fuck? That's so fucking crazy.
You know what it is, Notch? These people got butthurt. They wanted to be special. They wanted to be little stars, and when they didn't have it, they couldn't hack it. They really didn't have much to offer. They didn't realize the grind that it takes. They didn't realize how much effort needs to go in to even get anybody to pay attention to you. They bandied around each other. They formed some loose association, tried to prop each other up. They bought subscribers. They were all paper tigers in the end. And after a while, they realized, heck, this really isn't getting me nowhere. Maybe Notch, the reality is truth really doesn't pay. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe people need to speak true things for, you know, the sake of speaking true things and not try to have some quick come up. What about this Mark Sargent complete shill dude doing these commercials that he does, making fun of Flat Earth, making fun of himself like it's a joke? You've seen those commercials. I've seen you play them on your show. He's a complete sham. Let's see who's in the chat. Go ahead. Keep going.
Oh man, I you know, like it's just too much. Like for any like real truther out there who wants to go and try to tackle all the stuff is happening with like Will Duffy and Jaren and Mellow Globe, right? And Mark Sargent, you know, we're like working, you know, I'm working and I'm doing fucking other shit, trying to like study and trying to like, you know, level up. At the same time, trying to like follow up on all these guys. It's like ridiculous, you know, it's just like too much. You're like under the deluge of all these people, and everybody is like, oh, like, you know, if you look at it like a normie's perspective, it's like, hey, you know, didn't that Jaren guy, he was a flat earther and he became a gloomy because, like, you know, he found out that there's 24-hour sun in Antarctica. That's all they need to know. After that, the conversation's finished. They know everything they need. Then if they want to look into the details of it a little bit, and they got all these experiments lined up, and they say, well, this is all proves that the globe Earth is real and flat Earth is a psyop and whatnot, and then everybody's happy. You know, this is the direction that we're going.
This is completely unbelievable, man. Like what we're watching here. I almost can't even comprehend it. All that shit that Patricia pulled on Jaren when she brought him on for that fluff piece that we covered. Remember that? Where she said, oh, Jaren,
Yes.
just because you're going to Antarctica doesn't mean you're going to be a globie when you come. Let's get down to brass tacks, not Chiquetta. Did somebody get to these people? Or are they really just duped by the Duffy Gambit and his, you know, false binary created by this astral 24-hour sun?
It's hard to say. I mean, that's all plausible deniability. You know, people gonna like speculate about, like, you know, how much money was there and who's the handler is or whatnot. Like how much of that information was actually known. Like the way I kind of look at it is that, you know, if there is a genuine conspiracy, less people know about it is probably better, in my opinion. Okay. So, like, if you are like a handler type of person, let's just imagine Will Duffy is the handler. I imagine there's people behind Will Duffy. We don't know anything about that. But, like, let's just imagine Will Duffy's. Why would he reveal all his cards? Like, Jaren, this is what you're going to do. I'm going to give you like a play-by-play of you're going to pretend to be a flat earther, and then you're going to turn. I'm going to, you know, bring you subs, and I'm going to, you know what I mean? Like, he doesn't need to know all that. All he has to know is all he has to know, in my opinion, is he has to be smart enough to read between the lines. You know, all of these kind of things happen very discreetly, in my opinion, you know, like, so that there is always that room of plausible deniability. And on the other hand, I do think that there is a bit of a handle on these people by perhaps some of the illegal activity that they were part of, that these people do not want to be exposed on. Like, Jaren knows Witsit well. Witsit knows Jaren very well. And Rose 777 also know them very well. They might have shit on each other, and they might be pulling on that. And I think, in my opinion, that that's kind of like how I was a part of, you know, this group. Is like they were trying to dig as much shit as they could possibly can on me, so that they could ultimately manipulate me as well. That's how I imagine it.
It's completely unbelievable, Notch. My mind is blown with this whole thing.
Yeah.
Let me bring up DJ because he's been back in a while.
Yeah.
DJ, are you still there, DJ?
Yes.
Good to see you, DJ. So, what's your thoughts on this? You know, I don't know. You said to me before you don't like to get involved in like the drama or whatever, but DJ, you have to admit we're seeing some crazy things going on. All right, we're seeing prominent flat earthers that you probably have watched for years and years, now come out publicly. They call the flat Earth community a dangerous cult. I'm watching a total shill like Mark Sargent. After his co-host literally does a globe flip, he doesn't even address it and just brings up a new co-host who knows nothing. Notch, this Elizabeth is she's completely ill prepared for this position that she's in. I think she's a complete deer in the headlights, and she's going to get run over, so to speak, metaphorically, by this community. Lisbeth, you don't know what you're in for. This is really bad for you. Go ahead, DJ. Your thoughts.
No, I actually I watch everything. You gotta watch everything to get an opinion. You know, that's my philosophy. And I don't particularly like this guy, Mark Sargent, but I watched a video that he posted not a few days ago. Patricia was still there, I think, and he was unbelievable. This guy, they were talking nonsense, and he was like, this guy DJ Curious, like, what is these people? Who are these fucking clowns? You know what I'm saying? You know, I can't believe people are following these guys. They talk about nothing. They're wasting people's time.
Right, it's complete fluff. It's all about them at this point. I'm frankly sick of it.
It's all about
All right,
them. Look at this guy, this DJ Curious. He's there. He's a fucking clown. What he's doing? He's not saying nothing. He's just commenting whatever the other people are saying. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh no, but oh yeah, yeah, yeah. What is he there for? Who put him there? What's his purpose?
DJ,
People with no purpose.
look, I have to think at this point these people are misinformation agents. They're deep. Notch, I never used to think this, and I thought people were crazy when they would say it. I'm coming around to the other side. I think these people are implanted shills at this point. There's almost no other explanation in my mind for these people. I can't look, when I look at Mark Sargent in the face, it gives me the creeps, man. There's something about him that just triggers something inside of me not to trust this man. It's just
Well,
my discernment on the guy. This is insane.
If you look a little bit ironically about him, he looks a little bit like Steve Martin, the actor.
He does kind of look like
So-
Steve Martin. He's goofy. Mark, you're
He
goofy.
does.
You're the worst of the worst. Mark, you're the
He
worst
does.
of the worst, Mark. You make my
does.
skin crawl. You're disgusting. You're the lowest form of humanity there is. All right, I'm ending the show. Notch, any final thoughts?
He's
No, I
probably
mean, like, you got 300, more than 300 people going and watching them, and they are just as complicit, in my opinion, of like supporting and listening and calling themselves flatter. They all want to be in the club, with each other, and they go to other shows, and they want to be, kissing ass to the bigger. There's like a hierarchy that's involved with these flat earthers, and then if you are somebody, it's like, oh my gosh, I'm rubbing shoulders with Mark. I'm rubbing shoulders with Dave Weiss or whoever. It's like, guys, like I can't deal with them. I can't talk to them. I can't do anything with them. I can't even
Well,
make
one-
fun of them anymore because it's
Natch,
so pathetic, at this point.
Natch, one thing I think you gotta take into consideration is that is very easy to run out of topics to discuss about it. There is, when you don't have any more topics that you can talk about to people, what are you going to talk about? What are you going to talk about? That's what they do. They're sitting there, they're in their chair, they're in their beautiful setup with the green screen or whatever, no green screen, and that's what they do. Simple,
Look, DJ, they're one-trick ponies. I've been saying this all along. Here's the thing, DJ. You see, I'm going to come on and do my show, and my audience will be here. It's the same with Nachiketa. We talk about a diversity of topics. These people have nothing else. And when they try to go off script, it doesn't work for them. So you're right. They keep regurgitating the same information. They keep indulging in fantasies and models, things that they're making up in their mind. They really have nothing because what's the argument? It's what I've been saying over and over again. It's like why I presented Leo tonight. The globe is impossible, physically impossible, plain and simple. You can tell me about the sky. You can tell me about so many things. That's where it is. The conversation begins and ends there. Go ahead.
In my opinion, the answer would be very simple because if you just look at whatever is today's news, and you can do a show about that. Do a show about today's news regarding the topic of the flat earth, because I can see posts. I don't know if you guys on Telegram or not, but you can see posts coming out every day about bullshit that is fantastic. You can do a super show about these posts that they come out from mainstream media, newspapers, magazines, asteroids coming and hitting the earth and all this shit. You can do a whole show, but they don't do that. They just they love, talk about themselves, how good they are, and what they, but something, but you gotta listen to them most of the time. I particularly follow, for instance, Flatter Dave, which might not be one of your favorite guy, but you know what it is? The guy has a routine. He does his show every time. He picks all the niche of people that don't know nothing about the topic, right? So he does his routine, always the same presentation, blah, 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 blah. but here and there he throws the bomb. You gotta listen to the guy. Then if he's an agent, if he's not an agent, I don't know that, because nobody knows. But he throws the bomb. And the other night he was at the show with some people from New Hampshire, that they have a sports show on podcast and radio. And at the end of the show, you should go and check it out. I'll send you the link. He threw the bomb about the Oxo Holocaust. I was not expecting that. That was unbelievable. So maybe he's paid to do that, or maybe they study the whole thing. Hey, to get more audience, you gotta say this and say that. I don't know, but he throws the bombs. Everybody else, I'm giving my opinion as an outsider, because I don't consider myself an insider, but an outsider and an observer. Flat Earth Banjo. Forget about the guy. He's boring. He's done. He keeps.
That's the thing. These people start to loop. It's a big loop.
It's a big
the whole
loop.
thing. Look, I got Notch at this point. I got to think these people are controlled opposition. I really have to. I have no other way. This is too much at this point. All right, DJ, much love. Come talk to me again. Good information as always, good sir. Blessings to you.
Later, Z. Thanks for having me on.
All right, Notch. Back at you, homie. Notch Kid and DJ, everybody. Robbie senses Z. I feel like you've been run over by a semi truck. The show tonight has beat the shit out of me. Absolutely fascinating. Fascinating it was. Look, this is the internet, everybody. It's not for the faint of heart. You come up and do what I'm doing. I could sit there like Mark Sargent. Look at this moron. Mark, you're a total moron. You're disgusting. You make my skin. I'm going to bring Mark back up. He sits there with Lisbeth and DJ Curious talking about nonsense. I sat here for 2 hours. I went a cappella. I brought you the pseudo-scientific news that they're presenting everybody from NASA and space. I went over all kinds of content. We tried to decide what the heck's going on with Witsit. And then I opened the panel up and I subject myself to the basically to the entire internet. Now, somebody came up tonight that was very controversial. I had no idea. My chat blew up. So I tried to get to the bottom of it. Say what you want about it. I sit here and talk to the people, Mark. What do? You sit there and bloviate on and on and on in the same loop with the same people. And you got a bunch of morons trying to ride your coattails in the chat to try to get a little piece of you, Mark. You're paper tiger, you're nothing. Look at Karen B in the chat, Lowry. We already know what a scumball Lowry is. Who else is in here? Trying to ride your coattails. Just Jack, Flat Earth. You're another one, Just Jack. You'll hang out with your little crew there. Rico's tinfoil sombrero. Austin is a good guy. I'll go down the line here. You're all showing yourselves. Critical Inception, give me a break. You guys are pathetic and you're the worst. You're making me sick and I'm embarrassed that people even associate me with you. Look, I'm going to remind my audience a little something. This flat earth thing wasn't started by Mark Sargent. Remember that? It wasn't started by Dubay or Math Powerland or any one of these pricks. This is just a reality we live in. This is just another level of deception. You thought it was going to be easy. You thought Dave Weiss was going to come on with an app and a model and pretty much destroy the power structure by showing everybody the cosmology is presented as bullshit. That's not how it is. It doesn't work like that. Real things that matter, do not come easy. They don't place shills like Mark Sargent in front of you and just give you truth. They're obstacles to be overcome. We live in a fractal world. How many times do I have to tell you? It's concentric layers of deception. They have the entire world worshiping basically a usurper deceiver, a dragon god. They have people coming on and tell me I'm supposed to worship this god. This world is a deception from its very foundation. The very metaphysics of this world are a deception. There really is nothing but light consciousness. The material world itself is a resistance to consciousness. It's the opposite. That's what it's created from. I'm tired of this bullshit. Come check me out again. Much love, everybody. Take care.